Well, good morning, everyone. I'm just doing a head count to see who we have. Just waiting for Councillor Fitzgerald. And Councillor Withy. Give him another second. There's Councillor Withy, and we're just waiting for Councillor Fitzgerald, and we'll get going. There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, I am going to call the meeting to order and confirm that we have quorum. We have all council present with the exception of Councillor Schumacher, who is not with us today. And we will start with asking Councillor Fitzgerald to read the land acknowledgement statement.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions towards real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations.
Thanks, Councillor. I have a resolution moved by Councillor Armour and seconded by Councillor Stone as recommended that the General Committee meeting agenda dated Wednesday, January 26, 2022 be adopted as printed and circulated. All in favor? That carries. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have an invited and ceremonial presentation. Seems like a long time since we've had one, but let's welcome Kelly Haywood and the Huntsville Lake-Based Chamber of Commerce for an update. Kelly, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Good. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. I'm bringing our annual update. Just a titch late, but last year was in December, I think. So here we are, lots going on, very busy times, and I'll try to keep this quick. I'm just going to, I forgot I was going to share my screen. All right, you can see that okay? Yes. All right. So looking back in 2021, most of us are really keen to look forward, and certainly we're doing so. But I'll just give you a brief overview of where we've come from. Obviously, the pandemic has continued to bring major change to the tourism industry, particularly with marketing and events. Obviously, a huge impact on our businesses. And we spent a great deal of time in 2021 really scrambling on trying to figure out how we could support our business community as much as possible. We altered many campaigns and events, or trying to constantly be creative, and I'll talk a little bit about what we accomplished there. We worked very closely with other agencies, Muskoka Tourism, of course, RTO 12, very tightly with other chambers of commerce, not only in Muskoka, but across the province. Once businesses were able to start opening up, we did start doing some marketing very cautiously. Again, I'll talk about that a little bit. And we spent, a lot of time collecting funds and developing, attractions and campaigns, which of course resulted in our most significant and successful campaign to date. I'm going to quickly show you, I don't know, hopefully this will work. It never tends to, but you see, are you hearing that?
Is linked to place. What if it is linked to a feeling or to a familiar face?
10 years in a decade, 100 years in a century, 1,000 years in a millennium.
What if we find time is not at all? What if time?
I see that over and over. So Eclipse Walk with Light. Eclipse Walk with Light opened November 5th. It's operating 6 nights a week for the remainder of this winter. We started at 7 and we realized we needed a day of maintenance. To date, we've seen about 20,000 people. That number is slightly lower than we had anticipated. Not anticipated, lower than we printed when this deck was published. We've seen about 3,500 hotel guests through using vouchers. So those are complimentary as a partnership with the Hotel Association. We have seen 9,900 online ticket sales. We've provided postal codes. So we've captured a number of external visitors and lots of locals through 3,600 in Muskoka. We've seen 1,700 outside Muskoka is 4,500, and this doesn't really take up walk-ups, and we've seen a lot of walk-ups too. There are 18,000 lights, millions and millions of zip ties, lots of great special events that we've hosted. Snow Globe Santa is one that we're really proud of with Muskoka Heritage Place.
I think we've lost you, Kelly. Are you still there? Natalie, can you tell if we've totally lost?
Yes, it looks like we might have. Her screen is frozen.
Okay.
She is still available, but not functioning at the moment. I have messaged.
Can we stop her screen sharing? Yeah, obviously we can. Okay. We will watch to see if she logs back in, and it might be the PowerPoint that is affecting her internet. But I just want to give her. You know what? I think we'll go on to our first deputation, because I know if Kelly can get back in, she'll be okay to wait and get inserted back in there. So if Teresa Oliver's here, we're going to go on to that deputation. Is Teresa with us? Not exactly batting 1,000 here this morning, are we?
Yeah, no, sorry, it doesn't look like she's available.
Okay.
So Danielle.
Yeah, we'll go on to that one. Just before we go on to the deputation for the childcare proposal, I do want to call on our interim fire chief that I see is with us this morning, Chief Broussard. If you're there, we might as well just put a face to the name for all of council and to say welcome and thank you so much for helping us out through this time.
Well, good morning, Your Worship, and thanks for the quick introduction. If you don't mind, I'll wait for some further remarks until we get into item 6 down the agenda, and I'll share some other thoughts with you. But thanks for the brief introduction. It's a pleasure for me to be here, and I'll leave it at that for this moment.
Okay, we'll see you shortly then.
Chair Terziano.
Yes.
Like Kelly is back. Did you want to proceed?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Danielle and Andre, we'll just continue with our first one. We'll call on you just shortly. Thanks. Kelly, we'll let you go back up. I don't know if it's your PowerPoint that might be affecting you, but you can decide whether you want to try it again or just chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip the share screen if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'm not sure where you lost me. You saw the video. Did you hear any of my statistics about Eclipse?
I think you were just on your statistics page, so.
Okay, so anyway, we can share a report, but we've seen, a great deal of people through. I was talking about sort of how many local guests we've had, approximately 3,600. We've seen 3,500 hotel guests with free vouchers and a lot of walk-ups. So we are capturing postal codes, and we'll have a really good report to you and to the accommodation tax group about that. I was talking about Snow Globe Santa event in partnership with MHP and how fabulous it was to work with Ron Goslin, and overall the whole park has just been amazing with his support. So that event was great, and especially because we had to cancel he had to cancel the Porch Flower Christmas. Of course, we want to thank the town of Huntsville, the Municipal Accommodation Tax Group, Festival of the Arts, the BIA, the Province of Ontario, more to make this all happen. We've had great business partnerships with Canvas Brewery, Beaver Tails, now the Goat Away. We've got yoga, a number of pipe fusion, Sandhill, just to name a few. So as I sort of annually like to remind everyone that while this is a fabulous attraction and it's been just so well received on so many levels, it ticks so many boxes. It really is designed to be a marketing campaign, really sort of keep Huntsville on the map, and it's proving to be very successful in that way. Sort of looking back then, we also were able to be creative. We came up with Oktoberfest Muskoka. This was taking place October 20th to 23rd. Breweries and restaurants provided all sorts of great, food and drink specials. There was lots of music. This was a joint initiative that we led with Celebrate Ontario and Muskoka Tourism and the other chambers of commerce. And then Girlfriend's Getaway Weekend was, in fact, a sold-out weekend, also very well received. Had a headliner, the whole works, and it turned out to be, we were lucky just to squeeze that in before the next wave. It's a digital online presence. As I was indicating earlier, we were cautious with digital marketing. We kept a very strong flavor with local content, moving people around locally within Muskoka as well. We ensured, website content was populated, up to date. We took the opportunity to engage our businesses and make sure their information was, accurate and optimized as best as possible. We did create a number of campaigns, things to do, obviously, with the Walk with Light and associated activities that go along with it. Fall color reports, axe throwing, summer water sports, a lot of emphasis on cultural activities like Muskoka Heritage Place, Group of 7 Outdoor Gallery, tree top trekking, free fishing, Nordic and snowshoe fat biking guides, that sort of thing. And then best places to dine, ice cream, food trucks, all that kind of thing. So we focused a lot too on local event features, the holiday season events. We did campaigns, of course, on Girlfriend's Getaway Weekend, Oktoberfest, Falling in Love with Maple and the fall, that kind of thing. So those were very successful as well. Looking back also with tourism services, we continued to operate out of the box office, which has been really very well received and very popular and easy for us to provide service. It's safe and, well situated for now. Obviously, we'd love to see more formal and long-term presence in Town Hall somehow. I think that would be a really great opportunity for us to work closer together. But we've obviously done a great deal of visitor vacation planning. We maintain an online event calendar. The equipment rental program, despite there not being tons of events, was still very popular, and that's a huge endeavor. And we're working closely with Greg Pilling on that, who is just an absolute, he's just fabulous support for us, and we're so grateful. And so without the slides, it's kind of weird. So this year coming up, last year, I'm just going to go over our budget with you. We spent, the revenue on the Eclipse Walk with Light is approximately $820,000. That is made up of provincial dollars, obviously a huge chunk from the accommodation tax group. We've also seen about $70,000 in revenue from ticket sales, which you'd think would be higher. It's about $5 to get in. But there are a great deal of complimentary, obviously, with the hotel groups. We're also giving vouchers away to charitable groups in our community, Big Brothers Big Sisters, Community Living, to name a few, Christine's Place. We've also given, I want to say about 400 or 500 vouchers to healthcare workers. So all of MAC is getting a voucher just as a thanks, and we're welcoming them to come to Eclipse as sort of a campaign with their staff as a thank you. So that has been a huge endeavor for us, as you can imagine. Oktoberfest and Girlfriend's Getaway Weekend were about $50,000. Digital marketing spend was about $23,000. And then administration is sort of the balance of that, where your $50,000 contribution towards community marketing goes directly into administration, and so does the $32,000 for tourism services. All of these things that I'm indicating are always designed as marketing campaigns. So just looking ahead real quick, some very good news. We just received approval from FedNor. Finally, it's been, I think, 22 months and a lot of strange occurrences, obviously, with COVID and election and a number of things like that. But we will be starting a new marketing campaign for the balance of the year to the end of March 2023. So about a year and a couple of months. And that budget's just going to be slightly over $500,000. So this is a massive opportunity for us. We're really excited. My team has been working so hard, especially obviously Torrance Sotheby and Barb Bloomfield. We've just hired on Hallie Clover onto our team as well, who's been a great addition, and also Rhonda Christensen. So we have an amazing team, and we're going to be doing Winter Adventure Your Way. We have event marketing plans. We're working really closely now on some Tuesdays and Retail Therapy Thursday ideas that are collaborating with Eclipse that we can sort of co-market. But we have lots and lots coming down the line to promote existing things too. Obviously, the Festival of the Arts, paddling features, lots of winter focus, and spring as well, which I'm sure you are aware is our traditional shoulder season. And no, because I don't want to keep you, I know you have a big meeting ahead of you. We're obviously going to be focusing still on Muskoka Maple, Oktoberfest, Flavors of Ontario. If you remember the event that we had on the dock, that's a big sort of culinary feature that we're going to be focusing on. And then, of course, Eclipse Walk with Light for next year. Our wheels are turning about what we're going to do for next year, and particularly how we're going to grow it, not only at Muskoka Heritage Place, but downtown. We're looking at sort of some light features down the King William extension, the accessible path, Kent Park, and of course on Town Hall as well. For the remainder of the season, I think you've probably heard of snow yoga on Mondays. We are adding dog sledding on Sundays. We have goat walking on Tuesdays, sleigh or horse and carriage rides on Thursdays. So we're really trying lots of things to engage people and get them in. We've got a group that's going to be doing guided tours throughout as well, and some artistic features in the spring. So we're planned to open until the end of April, and we're starting to consider closing a little earlier and go until the end of March rather, so that we don't lose the fizzle, and we're concerned a little bit about the spring melt and thaw in MHP, but more on that later. I think the other grants, we have a number of other grants in market that we're waiting to hear back on, and we're about to apply for a few more, to reconnect. And we did also receive a $50,000 grant. I think Councillor Weeb let you know about that one on Monday night, and that is to celebrate tourism in Huntsville overall. So you'll see some really great cultural activities in this spring and summer on that as well. And I think that's it for now. I want to thank you very much for your continued support, and would love your input and feedback, ideas on, obviously with Eclipse. Hopefully you've all been through, and if you haven't, call me and I'll take you through myself. So thank you for your support.
Thanks, Kelly. If you hang around a bit, there may be a few questions. It sounds like you've been busy and are doing quite a bit for our town. I know I saw a headline yesterday that said Huntsville named in VRBO's top drive-to destination in Canada.
That's awesome.
That's that's probably partly because of all we have to offer here. So thanks for that. I'm going to go to questions, and I'll start with Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Kelly. It's not a question, it's just a quick comment, and that is, I'm a bit blown away with all of the things that you've listed. I want to congratulate you and the whole team for everything that you guys have been doing. And I guess I'm blown away because I think you've just described all of the things that are happening. And I mean, obviously Eclipse, but through a COVID year. And so I think, how is this even possible? And it is, you did it. And congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's kind.
Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Thank you, Kelly, for your presentation. And congratulations on all you have achieved this year, along with your remarkable team and those that you worked with as well. With regard to Eclipse, I was under the impression that was a one-year thing, and I see we have season 2. How many years are we looking at having the Eclipse as part of our as part of our I guess attractions here in the town of Huntsville?
That's a good question, and thank you for raising it. I am somewhat being presumptuous around whether or not we'll have it again next year. We'll be coming to council requesting use of Muskoka Heritage Place again. I think Ron Gosselin will attest so far that it's gone well. We've actually also invested in electrical upgrades and a number of great things at Muskoka Heritage Place, but just, that $800,000, we own all of the lights. It also includes marketing and a whole bunch of things, but we own all of that sort of capital infrastructure. So, the goal has always been that is used in the community somewhere, somehow. I think Eclipse will look different every year. The goal is to grow it and tweak it with the same theme. And right now we're looking at a long-term plan, and we'll be working very closely, of course, with the Accommodation Tax Association, because without them, frankly, we wouldn't have been able to leverage the dollars that they committed to us in the first place. And we'll need significantly more in order to really constantly grow it. So we want people to come back. We want to change the designs somewhat. We have lots of ideas on how we can really grow that and create this sort of lighting attraction, not just at Muskoka Heritage Place, but also, like I said, downtown. Maybe, Arrowhead would be interested in getting involved. And then, we could engage other businesses who may want to have a feature and just become a community full of cultural installations, whether they're light or sound, or, we have a really, I neglected to mention our ice sculpture sort of festival that's coming up starting next week downtown at MHP and at Deerhurst. So like the world is and at Rivermill Park. So there's so many things we can do with this. And I think we just want to continue to sort of build on it.
Well, thanks for that, Kelly. And I am totally impressed and rather gobsmacked at the number of visitors we've had already to that. So, I mean, in the 20,000 visitor range is astonishing to me. So congratulations.
Thank
and that sounds terrific. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through you, Kelly, my understanding was the lights were going to remain. So are you going in to remove all the lights and take them all down, or any staying up at all?
I wish we could leave them all up. It's rather expensive to take them up and down, but we're getting better at it. And unfortunately, or fortunately, I mean, if you see them during the day, they're quite visible, and I think it would change the heritage experience that people are having when they visit Pioneer Village at Muskoka Heritage Place. So there may be some that we can leave up that you can't really see, but I think that it really does kind of impact the experience that people will have going into what should be a traditional Pioneer Village. Yeah, the ones that are downtown, if we do an installation at Kent Park, for example, there's a number of light, even the King William Street, like those could change. Those could be, not Christmassy, but they're all year round. And we'll work with you guys and town staff to kind of develop a design that doesn't look, like something that we want to take down all the time.
Okay. Kelly, just one question with your chamber. How is your membership through COVID? Are you guys suffering or are you good?
So far, there's certainly sadly been, some business closures and we're holding our own. I think, we've seen actually some members join because we're doing a lot more for them, and we're bringing members on with some pretty crafty payment plans and that sort of thing, just because we want to help people as much as possible, and we're not turning any business away, whether they're a member or not. But we're okay, and we got some great support from the our RRF fund. So the chamber is solid, and we're doing well. But thank you for asking.
Great. Okay, thanks for being here. Thanks for everything you do, and keep it up.
Thank you. Have a great meeting.
Thanks. Bye. Okay, we will now move on to the deputation of Danielle and Andre Sashko. If I've really butchered your last name, I'm sorry. Oh, Natalie?
Hi. So we have Teresa Oliver available. She has arrived. Would you like to proceed with Danielle, or?
No, if Teresa's here, we'll stay in order. Thanks.
Okay.
Hey, Teresa, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, just trying to make, do you see me? Oh, hello, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I need my face. Hello, everyone.
Morning. You're going to give us an update on 425 Highview.
Yes. Okay, so the first building has its roof on, and we're currently doing the interior finishes. But with the frustrations we had with COVID, we had quite severe labor shortages, and we had quite severe bottlenecks with supply. So we're many months behind. I'm going to say at least 4 months behind on our current project. So our deal with doing paying for the development charges, we had originally timed for more or less the occupancy of the building, because that's when our funding is released by our lenders. I'm wondering, and I'm hoping that the council will consider allowing us an extension, given our extenuating circumstances, to allow us more time to service those debt charges, if that's possible.
Okay.
Development charges.
Okay. We do have that further on down on our agenda for a resolution, if that's what we require to do that. But I'm going to go to questions first.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Worship, and nice to see you, Teresa. You didn't mention, you said it had been delayed, and I think you had mentioned that before. So what is your new target for that?
It should be finished in June. We've got the roof on. We're only now doing interior finishes, and we're just putting in parking lots, basically. So we're through the entire structure. The structure is there. Now it's really just putting in kitchens and doorways and the finishing. So we're more at this point, we're about 70% finished.
Okay, so the outside, the siding is now up. I haven't been there.
No, we can't put siding up until the weather's a little better, because siding will shrink in this weather.
Okay.
So we have to wait till it warms up a little bit. But the siding will be the very last thing that happens. But the roof is on, the windows are all in, and the structure is all in place.
Okay, great. Okay, so June, we're sort of looking at June.
Yeah, I'm shooting for a little earlier May, but I think realistically, once we've got through the occupancy permits with press, and the building department inspections, we might, sometimes they come back and say, oh, we want a little bit of this done, a little bit of that. So I'm just building that contingency in as well.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Weed, did I see your hand or no? Teresa, what was your original completion date? When did we have a development charge deferral to right now?
October of 2021.
Okay.
And that was our intended original completion date. So we've been knocked on at least 6 months.
Okay. And so, but even though October 2021 has come and gone, nobody's hounding you for the development charges.
Well, we did get an email, and it has been applied to our property taxes. So we do want to just see if we can manage this with the town and see if we can do some other arrangement. Worst case, what we could even do is like maybe make it a small payment in good faith of $5,000, and then make another payment of $5,000 in a month or two, and then slowly at least work at it. So showing good faith that we plan on trying to at least resolve it. But the way the funding works with our projects is we have to have the occupancy permit before our final piece of funding is paid out, and that's how we would have paid this development charge amount.
Okay. Councillor Withy?
Thank you, Worship. What is the total development charge?
From the town of Huntsville, it's on our tax bill currently is about $70,000. So I could actually look up the number if you want to bear with me. But $70-something thousand is the amount. 900 of that is interest. So hoping that potentially we can waive the interest. Again, we've had the same question with CMHC where we had to go and extend the loan period and citing extenuating circumstances, and we find industry-wide everybody's having the same problem. So CMHC didn't even charge us for the extensions because they've had with all of their developers, they had exactly the same complaint. There was no supply, and most trades stopped working during the shutdown periods. We were on skeleton staff. So that's an impact we couldn't possibly control.
So you're willing to make some small payments, as you mentioned.
Yeah, just to show good faith, and see if that at least allows council to make a show of, okay, this person's trying to sort of resolve the issue, but we can't unfortunately control the finish timelines. We just couldn't control shutdowns and bottlenecks of supply.
Thank you.
Teresa, were your district development charges paid upfront, or are they on a deferred payment plan as well?
They're also on a deferred payment plan.
And has their date come and gone, or?
We haven't had anyone ask for those. We would have to ask for a deferral of those monies as well. But I think we had a little more time on that because that lined up a little later. Okay. All right. We will have a report and deal with this at the end of the meeting. So we'll notify you. All right. Appreciate that. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right. Bye. Bye. Okay. Now finally, Danielle and Andre. Sorry, I think I've called on you about 3 times now and then said we weren't ready. Hi, welcome.
There we go. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So Andrea and I are here today to propose a childcare center in the Summit Center. So how do I share screen? I want to get this started. Yes. Sure. Can you guys see?
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome. Nope. Okay. So a little bit about us. Andrea and I moved here in 2019, kind of with the idea of opening daycare centers in the Huntsville, Muskoka area. as some of you guys may know, we are in the process of getting approval for one of our locations. It used to be the old Fabricland. We are being delayed by an environmental assessment because we do need something called a record of site condition in order to get a building permit. But while we continue to wait for these approvals, we came across the location that you have at the Summit Center on the second floor, and we thought it was an absolutely amazing opportunity to get the process going a little bit faster and get our first location off the ground a little bit faster. Do you have anything you want to add? No? Okay, so obviously you guys know there is a huge problem with childcare, not just in Huntsville, but in the Muskokas in general. People are moving to the region fairly quickly. New housing developments are going up all over the region. And I think that childcare is something that's very important for families that are already here and families that are coming in order to kind of function here and get out into the workforce and things like that. And your licensed childcare wait lists are quite long. I know that when a couple years ago when we were scouting this location, they were in the 80s and 90s. In terms of a wait list. We put our daughter on a wait list at 3 months old, and we just got into licensed care, I believe, in August, and she turned 3 in December, just to kind of give you an idea of how long it can be. And with the building code and the requirements needed for licensed care, it is kind of a little bit difficult to find an appropriate space. Right? When you're in terms of, so one place might have square footage, but it might not have adequate lighting. One place might have those things, but it doesn't have enough outdoor play space. So it has been really difficult to find a location that just has everything that you need to make it work. But like I said, the Summit Center, what a wonderful location it is. You guys have 7,000 square feet of space on your second floor. New floors, lots of window lighting that meets our requirements. You do have space on the first floor. Yep, that is adjacent to the building that will accommodate quite a number of kids. So you do have a lot of outdoor play space for us to build on. And it's just a really great fit, I think. It's a community center. There's already a lot of child programs that are in that location. And it is easy and convenient for parents to get to as well.
It's already zoned?
Yes. Oh, and yes, it is already zoned institutional. I think it's in another side, maybe. Okay. So the Summit Center, like I said, it's got wonderful accommodations. It's going to provide a relief to the town as well. There are parents who are begging for this care. I think that another great benefit is when these parents do get the licensed care that they need, it'll provide a kind of influx of people going back into the workforce. I know that's my problem as well, is I could be out there working a 9 to 5, but we don't have care for our youngest child. And even with the care that I have for my oldest, it's only part-time just because those spots are so incredibly hard to come by. With licensed care as well, it's going to be a financial relief for those parents because they are eligible for a number of subsidies depending on their income to kind of help them curb the costs of the childcare, which can be very expensive. And I think a benefit for you guys as well is when we use that Summit Center, that money is going back into the town. That rent that we're paying is tens of thousands of dollars every year in rental income for the town of Huntsville. So, I mean, is there anything else that you think we should add? I think that with approval to go forward, we can go back to the Summit Center, have discussions in regards to how we're going to proceed.
Well, so I want to reiterate that the Summit Center is already zoned institutional for a daycare. It's got the fireproofing, it's got everything we need. The plumbing, everything is very accessible, and it would be a much less daunting task than what we're doing with the Fabricland location, which needs to be completely renovated at our cost and the landlord's cost. This is not something that would need to be done at the Summit Center.
Okay, if I can get you to stop sharing your screen Danielle, then I can see council, and I imagine that, oh, there's already a lot of hands up, so there's going to be a lot of questions. I'll start with Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. First of all, the fabric land location we're talking about, is that the one on Menominee Street by any chance? Is that where that is?
Yes, it is. It is. So it is.
Okay.
It's in
So-
Brendel Square.
and-
Yes, sir.
Is there more?
No, we're waiting for you,
We're
sir.
waiting.
Go ahead, Councillor Thompson.
Okay, second. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. In your presentation, you said a wait list of 100. Is that in Huntsville only? And the second part of my question is, you mentioned outdoor requirement or a playground, and you said that is possible at the Summit Center. Where exactly at the Summit Center would that outdoor playground be? So I have two questions for you.
Okay. So yes, I'll answer the waitlist question. So the waitlist question is, it is over 100 at this point. So basically we have about 2 licensed centers in town, Serendipity and the Huntsville Co-op. A few years ago when we registered our child to be put on the wait list, it was in the 80s. And then when we finally got care in August, we did inquire about that wait list, and it is over 100. So it's over 100 kids waiting for childcare. Some of them might never get it. Some of them will age out and go to school, but it's like that in Huntsville, and it's like that in other areas too. I just don't know to what extent, like in Bracebridge.
It is like that in Bracebridge as well.
It's all over. It is that bad, actually. And you want to say?
And then now you mentioned about the outdoor play space. So directly adjacent to the second floor location where the former gym used to be, which is the space we're looking at, there is a stairwell and an elevator that brings you downstairs and directly outside. I believe it would be the north side of the building. And so the Summit Center is agreeable to us building a playground right there that would be right adjacent to the building. It sits on top of a hill, and there is the space there. It's a little bit hidden by trees if you're looking at it from a distance, but when you drive by the one-way road to get to the Heritage Center, you would be able to see it there.
Councillor Thompson, I think when we get to the report stage, Greg Pilling will have some drawings that show council exactly where everything's proposed. That'll help.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Danielle and Andre. Welcome to Huntsville, even though you've been here since 2019.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. I think, thank you for a bold initiative. If I may, just the first one is, you made reference to the 7,000 square feet. So I was wondering if you were thinking of the entire 7,000 square feet or just part of it, or what your thoughts were around that. That was my first question. And two, I'm assuming you both have a background in childcare, early childhood education or whatever, or right. Okay, so thank you for that, Danielle. That was the second and last. Actually, I said two. There's a third, very quick, and I think you answered it. That if you're successful with this, then the idea of looking at the fabric land location, you won't proceed with that. It's this or that, or is that still on the table?
If I may, so we're not looking at the entire 7,000 square feet. We've been given the impression that the Algonquin, I believe the Algonquin Health Center wants to expand, and they may possibly take we would work with them to see how much they want and how much we want, and have that figured out. With the fabric land location, we are still looking to move forward on it, as we feel the town can support both childcare centers. Even though we have been held up with the environmental assessment, we've had lots of consideration from the owners of Brendel Square, who are diligently working with us to bring that project off the ground. Unfortunately, it can only move so fast because we do have to do this assessment, and they have found some anomalies there in the soil that we were not expecting to find in the Muskokas.
Yeah.
It seems something more that we would expect to find in the city,
Right.
but it's not. It's unfortunately it's the way that we have to navigate the system to get to the point where we would eventually create a barrier under our playground there, and for the children to play, because that's really the main question, because the playground would be going in the parking lot, and they just found some stuff there, and there's concern because there used to be a mechanics garage in the Canadian Tire there a few years ago, so that's unfortunately slowed us down there.
Okay.
But
Thanks
we would be looking to open both.
Oh, okay. All right. Thanks for the response.
No problem.
Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Worship, and thanks, Danielle and Andre, for your presentation. You certainly get high marks for perseverance in my books.
Thank you.
I know this is a daunting thing, and these types of businesses have a lot of red, if I could call it red tape involved, hoops you have to jump through. Deputy Mayor Alcock stole most of my questions, which, you know, she usually does. So I guess, so you sort of clarified some things about the space you're looking at. I was wondering, do we not have, I seem to recall there used to be, or maybe it still exists, a similar program down at the bottom, on the bottom floor. I seem to recall that. Does that still exist? Do we know?
I think you're thinking about the early years program, and
Is that-
it doesn't
yeah.
exist in our building any longer.
Oh,
No.
it doesn't. Okay, that's great. Okay, well, thank you. I'll wait for to hear from Mr. Pilling. I wish you all the best. I hope this works out. I think it's an important for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Weed.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I echo what I've heard so far. I'm impressed that you're pursuing it. One question I have is, how does the push for a national child care program from the feds, and now what looks like to be adopted by the province shortly, some version of it for $10 a day, how does that affect your business? How does it affect your overall approach?
Well, it's basically, it doesn't really affect our overall approach. We haven't had very many details on how those funds are going to be kind of allocated. My assumption is it's going to be very similar to how they provide subsidies for families currently. But it will be less income based and more of, if you do have a licensed spot, you will be provided with that subsidy regardless of income. But like I said, we haven't had too many details come out at exactly how those funds are going to be given to us at the moment.
Well, they wouldn't. It's not that they're giving it to us. It's they're giving. I think they're pushing that to the parents. So they would be, like my wife said, they would be subsidizing parents. It would be less income based and just more. This is what we're doing in Ontario and across Canada to help people out, just like they do with all the other programs that the government has for people. So I mean, yeah. So for us, it's not something that says we have to charge $10 a day and operate off of $10 a day per child. It would be something the government subsidizes.
Again, I think this is a great proposal, and it's a great spot. I have a couple of questions though. With the Fabricland site, how many childcare spots were you proposing to provide at that site?
Very similar to our proposal here. It would be a total of 54 spots in that location. And it's that number because we had a very limited amount of outdoor space that we were able to take. And because of that, we were kind of limited to the 54 children. so it was 50 children there, and we plan on doing something very similar at the Summit Center because you guys can accommodate that that many children, and you have more than enough ample outdoor play space for that number as well.
So as far as your licensing process for both sites, where are you with the ministry on your licensing process right now?
So we are actually we're fairly far in our licensing process. We have been approved for the fabric land by the ministry quite a while ago, over a year ago now. Most of our policies and procedures have been submitted. So basically the process is we give them a floor plan that adheres to all of the things that they need in that floor plan in regards to play space, kitchen space, outdoor space. They approve it. And once they approve it, they give us a list of policies and procedures that I basically have to create and submit for approval. And once all of those things are submitted for approval, they come for a site visit during construction and afterwards, just to make sure that it adheres to the site and floor plan that we propose to them. Like, they come with measuring tape to ensure that those rooms are the appropriate size for the number of children and so forth. And then after that, they give us the stamp of approval, and then every year they come to renew that license. So in regards to that, the only thing that I'm really missing from my first application is these zoning permissions that we need.
Well, it's the environmental assessment. We
assessment.
have the zoning.
Yeah.
I don't know if you recall, we were granted the zoning, but it's the environmental assessment required for the building permit.
Yeah,
right?
I recall that for sure.
None of this would be required at the Summit Center because it's already good to go.
So you've described some probably fairly extensive renovations required at both sites. Do you have any kind of government support for that, or is that all on you?
We're working with Muskoka Futures. They're going to be backing us. As soon as we acquire a permit, we get a loan from them. We've spoken to them numerous times, and they are even aware that we are pursuing this second location, and that we want to do both of these hopefully overlapping each other, possibly, or one after the other. At this stage, it would seem to me that it would be the Summit Center first. But they're right behind us. They are ecstatic. We were surprised at how happy he was when we said we want to open a second daycare at the same time. So they're right behind us, Muskoka Futures.
Okay, Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So 54 children or more. I'm just wondering, how many jobs will that create in the town of Huntsville?
Approximately, so 15 full-time, between 13 and 15 full-time positions, and then we would need a supply list of 5 or 6 to accommodate people going on vacation and being sick. But with the 54 children, that is 30 toddlers. The maximum capacity for a toddler room is 15, so it would be 2 rooms of 15 toddlers each. The ratio is 1 to 5, so that's 3 staff per room, and then the last room would be a preschool room, and the ratio is 1 to 8, and there would be 3 staff in that room with a total of 24 children. But we also do need staff to cover breaks. We need a food prep kitchen staff as well, right? 15 full-time, and then maybe 3 to 5 part-time would be.
And also we have discussed with the Good Food Co-op, who is going to be supplying the food, and she would be hiring people there as well to accommodate all of the work needed to be done to supply the 2 daycares with the food. She'd probably have to hire 2 or 3 more people.
That's great news. Thanks.
No problem.
Councillor Withey.
Thanks again, Your Worship. Dan stole my question. So I'll just finish by saying you have a really cute baby.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of the questions, and this comes up in our agenda a little bit later on. The Summit Center staff have all of a sudden I forgot the name of the. Isn't that bad? Anyways, they have the proposal coming forward to us, so we'll be dealing with it at that time. Thanks for being here today. And
no problem. Thank you.
You will be notified on a decision. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much.
Okay, now we are about to try running our general committee meeting under the chairs of the various committees. So at this time, I will turn the committee meeting over to Councillor Withy for the corporate services program.
Thank you, Your Worship. First up, 6.1.1, Jessica.
Thank you, Councillor Withy. I won't go over the report. It's just for information only, but if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Anybody? Looks like you're okay. You're off the hook. Next, 6.1.2, Crystal, please.
Good morning. Thank you. The report is there in front of you. Just a couple of minor amendments just to clarify definition, as well as just a little bit more clarification on what falls under a vehicle, so that it's encompassing candidate shuttles as well. So just a couple of minor amendments there, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Questions from committee? Seeing none from anyone else, I have one. When I was reading this, I was concerned that you've added candidate shuttles to not be within 100 meters of the voting place. How does that affect accessibility? I mean, if you're bringing someone to a poll that needs to get closer to the building, it seems a little punitive for letting them be able to get in and vote.
And you can absolutely still have shuttles coming in. They just can't have signage or advertising on those shuttles.
But still, I mean, I still don't know that that's a big issue if something's coming in and leaving, to make sure it doesn't have any paraphernalia on it. I don't know that that's a huge concern. I mean, I think it's outweighed if somebody has a vehicle with something and they're bringing somebody with accessibility issues. I'm not sure that I agree with that change. I don't think it's a huge problem in our municipality, because typically you don't have a lot of vehicles running around like that. But I just have to say I don't agree with that change. That's my opinion. And I see a couple hands, so I'll go to Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Councillor Withy, and through you to Crystal. I concur with what Councillor Withy is saying. If I recall, in the last election, I think sometimes it can't be helped if the transportation vehicle at the very last minute is one that might work for someone with mobility issues, happens to have the candidate information on that vehicle. Certainly, I didn't have any of those vehicles, but other candidates might, certainly in a mayoral campaign. And that might, I kind of support what Councillor Withy is saying, that I'm not sure that might unjustly penalize someone for transporting a member of the public to vote. So maybe I'm not understanding it correctly, but is that the case?
So again, it's up to council. And although this bylaw doesn't stipulate the method that we are currently using is internet and telephone. So if there was mobility issues, there is the opportunity for staff to actually go to the individuals because it's internet and telephone. So the location isn't actually a location that members of the public have to come to vote. So it's a little bit different than a traditional method where you have to come to a certain poll or location to vote. Because it's internet and telephone voting, you can vote anywhere. But I do recognize that this bylaw doesn't speak directly to the method. I think the thought process behind it was too that if within that 100 meters if someone parked a vehicle as well, then we would have no standing to back that as well. So that was, we kind of went back and forth and had some different discussion on that, but those were kind of the two reasons that it was recommended that we add in vehicles.
If I may, a follow-up?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that answer. Have we had complaints with respect to that?
If I could refer that to the clerk.
For you, Councillor Withey, thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor. We haven't had a complaint, but we have been, as you are aware, we work with our Muskoka clerks during every election, and we are aware that this can occur. And as the deputy clerk noted, this is internet and telephone, so your bulk of people are voting internet and telephone at their location. And we do have an accessibility plan that we do follow, as the deputy clerk noted, that we do provide accessible services to those who can't get to the election help center should they require service. So this isn't, hopefully we won't foresee this, but our 100-meter span around the election help center is sacred in regards to any advertising or anything like that. I mean, as you're aware, a candidate can't even come in the building with a button on or anything. It needs to be kept pristine in that realm, and that's why we added this. And we also spoke with our solicitor over these changes, and he concurred. I don't know if that helps that for you.
Sure. Thanks very much for that.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Fitzgerald, please.
Thank you, Chair Withey. Yeah, I tend to agree with your thought process there, as well as Deputy Mayor Alcox. I guess if we're being really tricky, the very definition of erect a sign or have it on a vehicle, if you're going to someone's house that has accessibility issues, we can't be within 100 meters of their house either. So it seems like maybe a moot point that if a vehicle drives by a property or where the help center is, yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. That's it.
Yes, Crystal, you have a response?
Yes, thank you for that comment. That did come up when actually in another matter within the bylaw when we were reviewing it, and there is stipulation in there that a residence does not qualify as a voting place. So that did come up when we were reviewing, and we had that clarified for us.
Thank you. Are you good, Councillor Fitzgerald? Okay, we'll move on to Councillor Weed, please.
Thank you, Chair Withey. I think on this one, I think I concur with your original thoughts. It being an internet and telephone election, but I think it would be worth revisiting if we had a centralized polling area, because I do think that there could be opportunity for potentially for abuse there of always shuttling people in. If there's an area that is concentrated with voters going there particularly to vote. So given the nature of the upcoming election over the phone and internet, I would say that I'm okay with making that change, but would be open to revisiting if we change the method of voting.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Terziano, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm quite fine with the report the way it's written. I don't think we're a municipality that has vans out there shuttling people around with permanent election names on it, even in the position of mayor. I think this is more likely to ensure that somebody that is shuttling people around or coming to the election poll doesn't have somebody's homemade sign in their van window. I don't think it's hard to remove a sign. And if we ever get to a stage where people are actually having their vehicles painted with candidates' names in Huntsville on it, well, then maybe we revisit it. But I'm actually okay with this one right now, the way it is.
Seeing no other hands, I guess I would further comment that we are changing a policy here, and regardless of what the next method of voting is, it is something that's going to be there and maybe not caught in future elections. I don't see this as a huge issue. I'm just concerned that whenever anything comes in that sort of looks or smells a bit like being restrictive for people to access to vote, as a principle, that's where I have a problem with this. I would like to propose an amendment or to myself to remove that. I don't know what the process is for that. Crystal?
So I'm going to put my clerk hat or deputy clerk hat on now. Procedurally, if you'd like to relinquish the chair, just because you are in the chair right now, you aren't able to put forward an amendment. But if you would like to relinquish it to your vice chair, which would be the mayor, then you definitely can put a motion on the floor.
Okay, I think I'll do that. Thanks. Okay. Mayor Terziano?
Okay, what I'll do first then is read the original motion. And it was moved by Councillor Fitzgerald and seconded by Councillor Leib. It's recommended that committee approve the amendments to bylaw 2018-22, a bylaw to regulate election signs in municipal, provincial, and federal elections as attached to Corp 2022-8, and further that the amending bylaw be forwarded to council for final approval. And I'm assuming that somebody's going to type up the amendment that Councillor Withey is proposing. And first I will ask if there's a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Fitzgerald? And who's working on that? Somebody is, I know. Crystal is, okay. We'll put that up on the screen. Councillor Armour, do you have a question while we're doing that?
Yes, I'm just wondering if through this amendment, can you just add a sentence in there, when using a polling station, then election signs would have to stay within 100 meters. Because if we're not using a polling station, it seemed redundant to me. But I'm just wondering, maybe add that right in the bylaw.
Councillor Withey.
Thank you. A quick question, is this part of the provincial and federal policy for conducting elections? I'm wondering, do they have this stipulation?
Crystal?
Thank you. This bylaw does apply to provincial and federal elections, so they would actually have to follow our bylaw while they're campaigning within the town of Huntsville.
Okay, thank you.
So Crystal, just further to that, does that mean that the provincial and federal election polling station has to follow our bylaw when they're in our town? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, so we use the term voting place within our bylaw, and yes, anything that's within our bylaw when they're campaigning within the town of Huntsville, it does apply to anyone running provincially or federally.
So if we had a provincial polling station out in the Huntsville Place Mall, which we just had recently, does that mean a van with a candidate's name on it could not park in the parking lot out there? If it was within 100 meters of the mall entrance?
That's correct, the shuttle. And just to kind of further complicate things, the definition right now is on a vehicle or trailer or any other mobile device within 100 meters of the voting place. So that's what's already in the bylaw. We were just further clarifying that that applies to candidate shuttles because it's on a vehicle or trailer. So if that wording doesn't go through, we can absolutely remove it. However, technically, if there was a van placed in there and there was a complaint, we'd have to refer to the wording now, which does state that on a vehicle or trailer or any mobile device within 100 meters of that location.
Okay, I'm probably going to change what I just said earlier about supporting it as is, because when we do get into provincial and federal elections, they are held in places like the mall, and that would be problematic. So we'll see what the amendment says. Councillor Fitzgerald?
Do we need to, through you, do we need to address the current wording as well as the change? So, you know, if an MP or an MPP or a mayoral candidate, even a district councillor candidate, you know, can't go shopping if they've spent money to do their vehicle, or and they can't drop their kids off at the pool or whatever. So it seems very restrictive.
Have we got a draft amendment yet, Crystal? That you could share?
Yes, I'll share my screen.
Let's see if that addresses all of our concerns. Okay, so moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It's recommended that committee approve the amendments to bylaw 2018-2022, a bylaw to regulate the election signs in municipal, provincial, and federal elections as attached to Court 2022-8 with the following change. On a vehicle or trailer or any mobile device within 100 meters, 328 feet of a voting place. Does that suffice, Councillor Withey, for?
I guess, I mean, as I understand it, it's somebody dropping off or picking up, or as Councillor Fitzgerald astutely pointed out, you know, even going into the mall for some other reason. Is there, I mean, I guess what I wouldn't, if eliminating this, and maybe I haven't read it correctly, someone just parks their vehicle there in the mall all day long, would this amendment allow for that? Say if somebody working on someone's campaign and is an employee at the Brick or something, I'm just thinking about that ramification, because
So I think the bylaw states that the vehicle with a sign cannot be within 100 meters of the polling place. It doesn't really matter what they're doing there.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, so I agree. We should not put that restriction on. I'm just not sure that amendment addressed it. Crystal, can you confirm that amendment addresses that?
Just looking to confirm what you're looking for. So I think too, we're kind of talking about all the different elections. So with the municipal, our voting locations at Town Hall, that's where it's been the last 3 elections, and then provincials throughout, and the municipality, and so is federal. So you are looking to remove the stipulation of any type of vehicle within 100 meters of any of those locations. Is that what I'm hearing?
I believe so.
Okay, so you're looking to remove 3.5 altogether.
I think so.
Yeah.
Councillor Weep?
Thank you, Worship. But I don't think we're addressing the other issue, which is if someone decides to just park a vehicle in the church parking lot for a month and it's 20 feet from the front door, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, someone plunked a vehicle with a sign on it at a polling place, which goes against kind of our, you know, regular rules of democracy. So we, as benign as it sounds, there still needs some tweaking here. I don't know.
Councillor Armour?
I have to agree with Councillor Weeb on that. So somebody just take a van and park it up front of the doors, leave it there as long as they can. So I'm fine with just removing the shuttle part, but leaving the other in place.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you. In an election, everyone would have equal opportunity to do the same thing. I think we've found in the past that most people don't abuse the privilege of putting signs out or you know, putting literature out. So again, if you're worried about democracy, everyone has the equal opportunity to do whatever. So bearing in mind that running for a position to represent the public. So most people are going to act very accordingly, aren't they?
I'm going to go to Tanya next, and then I'll come back to Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. So I think just to bring it all back in, nobody has ever been able to park 100 meters within a voting place. That's not new. There's a reason for that. As I noted before, you can't even walk into the building with a button on. We need to keep that 100-meter acre area sacred. No advertising period of any kind, whether it's in the 100 acres is the parking lot as well. So perhaps if committee is concerned, an option could be that with federal and provincial, that is, you can remove federal and provincial from this sign bylaw. And when they call us, when they do their own election, we can say, we don't have a bylaw that applies to you. So that would be committee's decision. And I would recommend something like that before I would ever recommend removing the 100-meter regarding the parking lot. Committee has concerns about the shuttles. Certainly, if you'd like to remove that, and then as the election in 2022 goes forward, we can look at it and see how it is. Councillor Withy, we do look at the election sign bylaw every election. So that's just an automatic thing that we do. I'm not sure if that helps committee today, but I'm here if you need anything more.
Deputy Mayor Alcott.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I appreciate what Tanya's comments. I think they're she was, as usual, makes a whole lot of sense, and so I think that my view, I would focus on the shuttles and not change the existing wording that we have. The language that Councillor Armour put forward, I agree with him.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of questions. Then, would this apply strictly to voting day, advanced polling, or just during the election period itself? I guess my comment on this is, it's sort of, to my way of thinking, it's sort of a moot point in a way, because the average person, I think, regardless of what they see in front of the polling station, probably has their mind made up. I don't know how many people would actually be swayed at the last moment by the presence of a sign, within 100 meters of a voting station. But aside from all of that, my question is, does this apply just to voting day, advanced polling day, or during the election period itself?
Tanya or Crystal?
This would apply during the voting period, so it would be for the voting window.
Tanya, did you have something else to add? Your hand's still up.
My apologies, Mayor Terziano. I will lower it. Thank you.
Councillor Withy.
So for me, the question, which kind of is an interesting issue, and I appreciate that Tanya mentioned federal and provincial elections could not have this applied, but I think Councillor Fitzgerald brought up a really interesting point, that if somebody's an employee in the mall and there happens to be a polling station there, like where are they going to park to do their job? I mean, and I agree with Councillor Thompson. I don't think it's a huge issue for us municipally. But I just get concerned when we're ensconcing changes in policy that I kind of see as restrictive and unnecessary in this case.
Okay, I'm going to ask Crystal to bring the amendment back up, and we will take a vote on it, which I believe is simply removing the shuttles, the candidate shuttles, and leaving the rest of the bylaw as is. Okay, so this is leaving the bylaw as is, changing 3.5 to remove including candidate shuttles. Thanks, Crystal. All in favor of the amendment? Opposed? And the amendment carries. So I will use the same movers and seconders, Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Wiebe, on the main motion as amended. All in favor of the main motion as amended? And that carries. And Councillor Withey, you're back up.
Thank you. Good job. Sounds like you've done this before. Okay, we are on to 6.1.3. Ms. Frame has the floor.
Thank you, Chair Withey. So this report is for information only, but I just wanted to highlight a few things and kind of explain what the report's showing. So each year, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs provides this financial indicator review, and it outlines certain sustainability and flexibility indicators for the municipality, and then it compares these ratios among other various municipalities in Ontario. So this report is based on information from the 2020 Financial Information Return, or FIR. So with respect to risk ratings associated with the ratios themselves, there were actually no changes between 2019 and 2020. All the risk ratings have stayed the same. There are a few key pieces of information that I'd like to highlight though. So in 2022 indicators, the net financial assets or net debt as a percent of own source revenues, and the total reserves and discretionary reserve funds as a percent of municipal expenses have both been increased significantly. So the increase in both of these ratios are actually positive indicators for the town. So that was a really great thing to see. So I also wanted to speak to the two indicators that currently have a moderate risk rating. So again, these haven't changed since last year. They've remained at moderate. So the risk level hasn't increased at all, which is great. The first is the total taxes receivable as a percent of total taxes levied. So the ratio is showing how much of the taxes billed were not yet collected at the end of 2020. The ratio is moderate and has been fairly consistent over the past number of years. So Huntsville is in a bit higher than the average percentage as compared to the group of municipalities that we're generally compared to. So this is partially due to the timing of supplementary taxes. Over the past few years, there have been, we have received relatively large supplementaries around year end, which does affect the ending balances of the taxes receivable amounts. So in order to reduce this ratio, our goal is to continue to collect the older taxes receivable balances more quickly to get this ratio down. So to do this, we have been promoting pre-authorized payment plans and other electronic payment methods to help taxpayers get their balances down. The other ratio that has a moderate risk rating is the asset consumption ratio. So this is showing how much of the capital assets life expectancy has been consumed to date. So the older the assets, the higher the ratio. The fact that this ratio has been increasing consistently shows that the assets are aging and we're not replacing them at the same rate. So this isn't surprising given the capital funding deficit that we've mentioned throughout all of our capital budget discussions. So our plan is to close this funding gap, and we are working towards closing that funding gap with our approved budget. And this will help us to start decreasing the ratio, but it is going to be a relatively slow process. So we are anticipating this to move towards more of a low risk rating, but it's going to take some time to do that. So that's everything I had to go through today. I am available for questions.
Okay, committee, any questions? Mayor Terziano, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Not really a question, just a comment, and this is a really good report, and I just want to comment that it's not an accident that it's a good report. It's through some really good decisions made by council and some really hard work by staff to keep us in the position we have. I'm very proud of the fact that we've been able to increase reserves and reduce debentures. Obviously, the uncollected taxes is something that we'll continue to work on, but we also live in in an economy in Huntsville where sometimes paying taxes is hard for some folks. So hopefully we continue to try to get that number down, but do it in a way that doesn't place any unnecessary burden on our taxpayers that do struggle. So, but I think it's a really good report, and I appreciate it being brought forward.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Through to Riva. With regards to the mayor's comment and the uncollected taxes, I know in the past that the penalties for uncollected taxes was sort of a major revenue source for the town of Huntsville. And I'm wondering if that's still the case today. And if we were to say eliminate the uncollected taxes, would that have a negative impact on our revenue stream?
Through you, Chair Withey. So I think the revenue stream currently is, fairly high from interest and penalties on taxes. And as we reduce the receivable balance at the end of the year, I would expect that those revenues probably would go down. Over the last few years, the main reason that our year-end receivables is so high is because of those large supplementary bills that come in at the end of the year. So I think our rate of collection has stayed relatively consistent. And I just saw Director McKenzie pop up on the screen. I don't know if she has anything more to add.
Yeah, I agree with our Deputy Treasurer's comments there. That's correct. I was just going to add too that if we were to have no uncollected taxes, we would have a whole lot of money in our bank account that we could put into investments that we could generate revenue from as well. So that we could use that money to have different kinds of revenue. But
okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Weep.
Thank you, Chair Withey. I think if my memory serves me correctly, I think that this department talked about holding a tax sale on properties that have gone on for years of unpaid. Where are we on that?
Julia? You're muted. There you are.
I was trying to hit the button. So I thought that question might come up. So we are actually sending out letters to start the proceedings today. We have 162 accounts that are currently not on payment plans. So what we do is we send out a letter and give them an opportunity to put them onto a payment plan. And then if we're not successful in that, then we do put them into tax sale after that. So the tax sale would take place a year from that date. So it would be February 2023.
Is that good, Councillor Weeb? Any other questions? I have a quick question. Is there a way, I see in the report the comparators but then in the actual indicator review report, it just says sort of the median and average of these. Is there a way we can find out what our local competitors, how they're doing? Maybe squirrel our way into there just to see how the neighborhood is performing. And I guess I noticed, and probably because they're comparators, I noticed that there's nothing sort of with indicators of how the district is doing itself. I'd be interested in seeing those numbers. Do you know, Riva, if you can get into that, or
Sorry,
Julia?
I just saw Julia pop up on the screen, so.
Yep.
I was just going to say that we did have a meeting a couple of months ago with our representative from the province and talked to them about that issue, that we would like to see a more local comparison for those numbers. So that was something that was talked about, because I think all of us would like to see that. So I'll bring that back up again and find out what the answer is. I don't know if Riva has anything else further to add to that.
No, I think probably we could reach out to the other local municipalities and see what their indicator reviews showed. And, we could get that information from them, but
if they wanted to share it.
If they wanted to share it. But I mean, yeah, we can certainly look into it and see if we can get that information.
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. Anyway, thank you. Mayor Terziano.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say the district brings forward their financial indicator review as well. Plus, they always bring through their Moody reports. And, you know, we had some lean years in district where our Moody report hasn't been great, but the last couple of years it has been, we've been in good shape at the district as well.
Great, thanks. Okay, on to 6.1.4. Julia.
Thank you, Chair Withy. So this is our insurance report, just to provide an update on current and past claims. As noted in the budget presentation, we actually already brought forward what the policy amount would be. So it was, it did come in slightly less than anticipated. So overall, the insurance program increased by 5.84%. And this is a lot lower than our insurance provider has seen across their average of their other municipal clients this year. So I think around more 30 to 40%. So, which is great because I think we've had a few years of increases. So it's good to see that we're hopefully coming to the end of that. And hopefully this is signaling that the end of this hard market for the municipal insurance. One of the biggest changes to note in our policy is that our cyber insurance policy has increased by 150%. And we also have an increase in the deductible from 25% to 50%. And the co-insurance they've also added a co-insurance for a ransomware claim of 50%. So if we did have a claim for ransomware, we would be responsible for 50% of the remaining amounts. That would be not part of our deductible. So I'm here for any questions if there's any.
Any questions from committee? Well, I got a bit to say. This is something I have a little bit of history with. Those are, I mean, I understand cyber is a huge thing. I mean, that in my world, it's taking over. I mean, as we see, you know, ransom attacks and grabbing data is a big problem. 50% co-insurance, that's a big number for that. I don't know if there's a way to negotiate that down or even look, because a lot of companies are offering it separately. But I mean, that is what it is. I note that on your report, it says 558,000 for reserves. And this is something that's always a bone of contention with me. Insurance companies sort of try to anticipate how much a loss is going to be. They throw a number at it, and that actually reflects on your performance as well. And in often cases, you know, they'll put $200,000 on a particular claim that settles for 20, but it could sit there for a number of years while the claim goes through the process to get resolved. So that's just a pet peeve of mine. And then the last comment I would make is to Julia, good luck looking for the end of the hard market. There's virtually no end in sight from my information so far. So fingers crossed, but I don't know that that's going to be something we're going to see. And we have one more. If there's no more questions on that, we have one more section, 6.1.5, and it's Julie as well again.
Thank you, Chair. So this is our, am I echoing? This is our investment policy review. So this is required under the Municipal Act to provide this update to our investment policy statement each year. The investment policy statement is used, and we would have to give it to the One Investment Board, and that's how they make their it guides their investment decisions for the town of Huntsville. So the majority of the changes that you'll see in the policy are fairly administrative in nature and don't have any significant impact. The only one thing I would note is that we are increasing the money not required immediately from 8 million to 10 million. So that was so that's money that we put aside in investments, and that's money that we don't think that we will require within 18 months. I just want to also note that if we are to require something, if something did happen and we did need to pull money out, there is certainly the opportunity to do that. So it's not that it's locked in and we can't access it. It just, that's our kind of our guiding principles, that we think that that's the amount of money that we can have in our long-term investments. And also we'll expect to have the one investment statement for 2021 shortly. And we'll be bringing back a full report on the performance of the town's investments when we have that.
Great, thanks, Julia. Any questions on this one? Okay, seeing none, I guess I pass the gavel. I was wondering though, if it would be appropriate to have a quick bio break. We've been at this for over an hour and a half. I'll let Mayor Terziano make that determination.
Actually, I think that's a good idea, but I think you have to do a resolution on that last report before we.
Oh, do I? Oh, sorry. I thought that was another for information only. Maybe I've read it, the line. Okay. Sorry, we have a motion here. I don't see it like as, is there a mover and seconder on this? Okay, great. Thank you. Moved by Jonathan Weeb, seconded by Brian Thompson, is recommended that the committee approve the amendments to the investment policy statement as attached to Report Corp 2022-6. Questions, comments? All in favor? Thank you. That carries.
Okay, if committee would like, it would be nice maybe to take a quick bio break, and then when we come back, Councillor Weeb will handle the next portion of the meeting. Shall we say 5 minutes? Back at 10:41.
Mayor Terziano, I'm not sure if I have the floor yet, but we'll give it another minute for those who are still reconnecting.
Absolutely, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. It looks like we're all here. So today we've got 3 items on the community services agenda. I'm going to start by reading the motion for the first one. If Crystal, if you want to put it up for all to see, I can read it and we can go from there. So it is recommended, moved by Nancy Alcock, seconded by Bob Stone, is recommended that staff be directed to proceed with the hydration station project purchased by the BIA and Hub pending approval of the installation cost. And further, that committee support hydration station model LK 4410 BFF RK and the proposed location on the Club 55 pathway as outlined in report CS 2022-4 pending the approval of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Thanks for that. Greg, I'm going to call on you to take it from here.
Thank you, Chair Weeb, and through you. Good morning, everybody. We had a successful meeting with the Accessible Advisory Committee yesterday, and we received their support on the location and the unit. Unfortunately, we still do not have the installation cost at this time. As you'll see in the report, we will get that information to you prior to ratification at the next meeting, should this proceed. And then the last little bit of information I just wanted to let you know about, because it came up yesterday, was the selection by the BIA and the Hub would be for the blue unit to be purchased. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go to committee first. I'm going to start with Councillor Withey, and then we're going to go to Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. I believe Deputy Mayor Alcock beat me to the button, but I'll oh, she's okay, so that's okay.
Your thunder's been stolen all morning, so I thought I'd give you the first.
Yeah, because she would probably ask my question. But anyways, thank you. I'm a little confused why we're passing something with, well, now only one pending approval in it. Do we need to pass this for you to proceed to get the installation costs, or should we not be doing this all at once? It just seems odd that we're proceeding pending approval of the installation cost. I mean, if I'm not sure what happens if the installation cost comes in at $1 million. You know what I mean? It looks like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves on this, to me.
I hear you, and I see CAO Corey's hand up, so I'm going to go to Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to your point, Councillor Withey, staff would normally bring a report forward with all of the information, but there was a desire to have this come back as soon as possible. So staff prepared everything that they possibly could, and they brought back what they have collected to date. But unfortunately, we do not have the information with respect to installation. If committee so chose to defer this report directly to council when we have all of the information, that would certainly be at your discretion. But there was a desire for staff to get a report to this meeting. So we're presenting to you what we have to date. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that. You want to follow up? Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, that would, I mean, if it's just a report coming to us and then we approve it when we've got everything, I'm more comfortable with that than, you know, running ahead and doing this bit by bit. I would prefer to defer this to regular council if all the information shows up there. That's my opinion. Thanks.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing an amendment in the works, so I'm going to let those wheels turn, and I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. And through you to Greg, perhaps the enthusiasm of staff to bring this report forward as quickly as possible, it might be my fault because I've been pursuing this for a while, and I truly appreciate how fast Greg, you and your team have tried to pull this together in a short period of time. So having said that, and I'm thrilled that it was approved at accessibility yesterday. I think that's cool. From my perspective, I would be supportive of this motion as is, but I also appreciate what Councillor Withey said. I think that it's probably preferable to have all of the costs before us, before we make that decision. I'm assuming that the installation cost won't be astronomical, but I should probably, that's an assumption. And so I'd be happy to support the deferral until such time as we have that cost. I do have a question though, and that is, we've sort of been inquiring about that installation cost for a little while. Is there any sense, Greg, what the holdup or why that's kind of difficult to get?
Greg?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Weeb, and through you. We had our plumbing company that we've used as our record of vendor closed down in January. So right over the Christmas holidays, we had to find a new vendor to come in. So we've only just been able to get that vendor to the property in the last couple of days. Just desperately trying to find a contractor just because they're very hard to find out there. Then come do the work. So they're in the process, they've been here now, and they're in the process of analyzing and determining the drawings and get back to us on a price. We're close, but just unfortunately, we just didn't get that number in time for this meeting.
Okay, sorry, Chair Weeb, if I just quickly, thank you for that comment. And so what I'm hearing is it's quite possible that we may have that analysis done before our next council meeting. And if that's the case, then certainly a deferral until that time, that makes some sense. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
I believe her worship was next, but I'll steal her thunder.
Keeping it
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Weeb. I guess through you to Greg, I see that it's freeze resistant and does not need to be removed in the winter. However, we will shut the water off in the winter season. People still need water in the winter. If it's freeze resistant, why are we shutting it off? I guess is my question.
Right.
If it's okay, Chair Weeb, I'd like to let Jason Fisher answer this question.
Okay, I'll go to Jason. I don't see him on my screen, but there he is. Go ahead, Jason.
Through you, Councillor Weeb. So the components for it say that there are parts in that unit that are freeze resistant. I can actually get more information for council about whether it can run all year round. I know there were some concerns about that unit running yearly round, especially with the plumbing, but it does say that we are going to go at least 4 feet below the frost line, but I will come back with some answers for that for everybody.
Okay, follow up, are you good with that? Okay, I'm going to go to Mayor Terziano. Thank you for your patience.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is about where you're actually tying the water in and exactly where the unit will be. The report says it will be on the Club 55 pathway. The picture and the X show it more or less in the garden of Tom Thompson. So just looking for clarity as to where the unit actually will sit and where the water tie-in is.
If I could, just for the purposes or for the benefit of the public as well, if we could pull up a drawing and display it for everyone to see, we could all reference the same picture and go from there.
Be happy to share my screen, Chair Weeb.
That would be great.
And Mr. Fisher, I'll let you chime in on where the water potentially would come from, but if you can all see that picture that's there. There's the pathway to Club 55. So ideally it'll go right here, just beside the garden. It's about 4 feet from the actual sidewalk. So there'd be a new spot made for it right here. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture without snow, so my apologies on that.
Okay.
And the water tie-in is coming from where?
Through you, Mr. Reed, Chair. So the water is existing in the Club 55. If you'll see the door in the picture, in the left, there's a bathroom. There's also a water pump room in behind that wall. So for both locations that have been identified, we are able to come out of the back corner with water sourcing going to the unit, and then also a drain back in tying into our district service. So both areas are available, and we'll just be coming out of that back corner behind the tree in the picture that you see.
So So you're
Yep.
actually coming out of the building, not that door under the stairs.
That's correct.
My concern is, does this need to be coordinated with the potential replacement of any stairs there?
Not from where we've identified where the water can come from, but I can't speak to that. I don't know if they are replacing the stairs, what that would look like, if that takes out anything else.
I guess my concern is just that we make sure we're not digging up something and putting in something that is going to,
I understand.
one project's going to impact on the other.
Correct.
Just that it's coordinated.
Okay, thanks for that. If we pull that screen down now, I think everyone's had a good look. Everyone's oriented with it. And I'm going to go to Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. I like the idea of a water bottle filling station, but I almost never see people walking down the street with a water bottle. Is there a way to drink from this thing without having a water bottle?
Greg?
The way this is set up, it's strictly a fill station. So unless you have a cup, no, it's not set up for a drinking spout.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. I just want to comment from the Accessibility Committee meeting we had yesterday on it. We reviewed both sites, the one closer to the front doors of the square and that one, and we feel it would be less destructive in the location out by Club 55 and a shorter distance to run the water lines. We also had the concern about with the front area, new steps going in, but I believe the water line is going to come from inside the building, so it shouldn't affect it at all. But just from the accessibility, we approve that 100%.
Okay, thanks for that. Go back to Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. I would like to put forward a motion for deferral, please. The ensuing conversation even shows we may have a few more questions that we want to get nailed down before we jump ahead. And I would add that I do support this. I just think we're a little over our skis at this point. So I'd like to propose a motion to defer, please.
Okay, that's great. I think the clerks will probably ask for a little more information if you'd like to defer to the next meeting, or if you'd like to put parameters around that deferral. And I'm probably going to see if one of our clerks pop up.
I'd like to defer until we have all the information. I don't know how long that's going to take. So to say next meeting, I don't know if that's enough time to get everything nailed down. It's kind of out of my hands.
So we're looking for information as in cost, as well as if you're looking also for information for if there's any additional issues underground, perhaps?
Yeah, and certainly Mayor Terziano's comments about conflicting with other things that we're looking at potentially doing in that area as well. So,
okay. I had one comment as well, which was, and I thought Councillor Armour was going there, or Councillor Stone was going there, but how many people are really thirsty in the wintertime when it's freezing cold? But anyway, I'm not sure if there's a really high demand for water in the winter, especially on a day like today, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I'm going to ask the clerks that and see how we are doing with that motion that's been put forward for a deferral. I'm going to go to Mayor Terziano while we do that.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Weeb. I'd be happy to second that motion for deferral. And one of the other questions that I think, I know I personally would like to see is more than one quote, because I've heard some rather large numbers for the installation of this, and so I'm not sure that I would want to approve that on one quote if they're as high as I'm afraid they're going to be.
Okay. I'm wondering, Jason or Greg, if you can provide any more info in terms of how our staff would link up with this process in terms of digging up the ground, et cetera.
Basically, with what we have facility wise, we would need a licensed electrician, or sorry, a plumber to tie into our current town services, and then, you know, run it to the equipment per se. So we don't have that currently with our facility staff, anyone that would do it and you know, would complement that.
Okay. Are there any other comments or questions while we're waiting for, I thought I saw a hand. Deputy Mayor Alcock, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. As I said, I'm happy to support the motion to defer. I do want to reiterate, though, from my perspective, that I think this is a really important project. And I may clearly have been mistaken when I said the cost of installation may not have been astronomical. You know, clearly we're all hoping that they're not. But I hope that this isn't deferred and for many months, you know, coming up, because I think it's really important to the BIA and to the hub, who at the end of the day are paying for it. And again, maybe in comparison to the installation cost, that's you know, not that won't be the majority of the cost of the project. But I think it's important for all of us to remember, I think this is an important piece of infrastructure as far as our ongoing strategic plan. You know, it links back to the idea that we are not supportive of the continued use of plastic water bottles in our community. And, you know, other communities have made the effort to have an outdoor water bottle refilling station. This is not a new idea. And it was supported by a number of groups within our community who are really pushing us to pursue policies around sustainability and adaptation to climate change. It's all related. And so from my perspective, I just wanted to say that because I think this is a really important symbolic project. And so I'm happy to defer. I get that we need to know the cost before we, you know, willy-nilly approve it. But I just don't want it to be lost for another 3 months out. So ideally, it would be great to have a timeline on it. And I don't know if that's possible, but, you know, maybe at the very latest, the next general committee, I don't know.
Okay, well, while we think about that, I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. Question I have through you to Jason. Jason, the decision, was the decision to single source this, or as Mayor Terziano suggested, maybe we should have some competition with regards to this?
Through you, Councillor Weeb. Absolutely. With the company that we were generally going through that was on a record of vendor and them closing, we were kind of scrambling for somebody that's worked with other municipalities and district school boards. Contractor was able to put me in touch with someone that has that type of experience. So we've gone with that, and then just with trying to expedite this process and getting some numbers, that's what has happened. But I can definitely reach out and come and take some other contractors on site and go through the process and come back with some numbers for council.
Okay,
that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So I guess if there are no more questions or comments, I see Crystal, your timing is great.
Thank you very much. I just, if it's okay through you, Chair Weeb, I just need confirmation on whether we are postponing this to the next general committee meeting, whether we are referring this to the next council meeting, or whether we are postponing this in order to get all of the information back without a timeline. So I just need confirmation on that.
I can go to Councillor Withy, but it sounds like door number 3 seems to be the Councillor Withy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. Yeah, I mean, to say, I mean, as I agree with Councillor Alcock, this is very important, and I don't want it to get off the radar. I'd also to put a signpost saying it's got to be done by this time. I don't think. I mean, really, we just need the information as soon as you can get it. Simple as that.
Okay. Okay. CEO Corey, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So staff are confident they can have at least one quote to council by the February council meeting. So if there is a desire from committee to at least report back on something, we can have that information, but we will certainly endeavor to try to get additional quotes. I would have to confirm with finance, but I think due to the price of this project, it's actually outside of our procurement policy and wouldn't require 3 quotes, but we definitely will make an effort to try to find that. But we can surely have something back to council the end of February.
Okay. Mayor Terziano.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the fact that you want to get something back to council as quickly as possible, and that's when we want it. But actually, I think the main reason for this motion is we want all of the information, because if we had all of it today, we would have been making our decision. So I don't want to put the timeline on it either, because I think it's important that we have all of the information so we can actually make the decision.
Okay. Dan, Councillor Armour, last word to you, and then we're going to take a vote on it.
Perfect. Thanks. I'm just thinking when we're looking at this project, maybe Greg, explore our town employees to see maybe we can dig the hole, and then we just have to hire a plumber to run the pipes, then we can cover it up again. But just a thought, save the money.
Okay. All right. If that's it, then we're going to. I'm hoping a screen will come up with an amendment, and there it is. So moved by Tim Withy, seconded by Karen Terziano, it is recommended that committee postpone report CS 2022-4 hydration water filling station at Civic Square until such time as staff are able to bring forward installation costs, any potential installation issues, and confirmation that installation will not affect the town hall steps replacement project. Are you confident, Councillor Withy, that covers it?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Okay,
thanks.
So we're going to vote on that amendment. You've heard it. All in favor? And that's carried. So do I have to read the the motion as amended? You've heard.
Through you, through you, Chair Reid. No, you don't have to, as this was a postponement. It's just simply to take the matter to another meeting.
Okay, so that settles that one. We're going to move on. Next, I think, Greg, you're on again. And I'm going to read the motion again to start this discussion. So if Crystal, you want to put that up again as well. Moved by Bob Stone, seconded by Jason Fitzgerald. It is recommended that staff be directed to work with Danielle and Andre Sachko on a formal proposal to set up a daycare business in the Canada Summit Centre in a portion of the space currently known as the auditorium. And further that staff report back to committee with the complete proposal and lease agreement for consideration. And further that staff report back with other interested parties and opportunities for consideration. Greg, you're on.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. And through you, this is a follow-up to the presentation that was at the beginning of the meeting through Danielle and Andre on the potential use of a daycare for the space that was formerly known as Motivations. Happy to answer any questions on this. This is just to start us off to come back to committee with a formal proposal and lease agreement for committee to review.
Okay, so I'm going to go to committee for questions, and I'm going to start with Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair Weeb, and through you to Greg. During our initial discussions with the proponents for this, Greg, the question that I asked at that time, and I guess others as well, was where the potential playground would go. And I'm just wondering if you have a diagram or a map or some kind of an idea of what, where it would go and what size it might be, type of thing. I wonder if you have that available.
Greg?
Thank you, and through you, Chair Weeb, if it's okay, I'll share my screen. I do have a diagram of the space. Hopefully you can all see that.
That's there, yep.
Perfect. So this is the former motivation space as it used to lie. So you'll see with the red line we've outlined here, this is just a basic sketch of what we're thinking the daycare potentially would need. We haven't spoken with the architects yet or engineers to know if it's all feasible yet, but this is kind of a lay of the land as to what they're looking for. So just to give you some familiarity of where this is, the wellness hub is over here at the bottom of the image. There's windows along here. And this would be the north side of the building facing the river where the windows are here. The need for the windows, and talking to Danielle and Andre, is part of the legislation of the requirements for the daycare. They have to have a certain ratio of windows to square footage space that the children will be in. So that's why we've proposed that the space that they would need would be on the north side of the former motivation space, because they need to keep these windows here in order to get those numbers up to the 50 children. This would be the remaining square footage of space that would be left to the town to decide what their use would be. The windows on the north side right here, there's a stairwell in this corner. And what Andre and Danielle were referring to is you can go down this stairwell, and between the one-way road that goes back to the Active Living Center, this is the proposed area for the park right here. So there's quite a lot of grass space there. It's quite hilly. They would want to make it a private park for the daycare, so it would be fenced in and only accessible from in the interior of the building. We haven't gone yet to the formal stage of looking at what the feasibility is of what's underneath the ground there yet, and how it can be built. But just in talking with Danielle and Andre and looking at the space, there's quite a bit of area there. But that's the north side where the playground would potentially be installed, if that makes sense on the location.
Sure, if you want to pull that down, and I may preempt this and say, looking at our Google Maps in the next few minutes might be helpful as well. But while we're thinking about that, I'm going to go back to Councillor Thompson, if I could see him.
Sorry, just trying to get it down here.
No problem.
There we go.
So Councillor Thompson, does that give you a sense of the lay of the land?
Yes, it does. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess with regards to the substrata there for that particular area, I'm just curious, going back to when we built the Active Living Center, was that all fill that was provided by the contractor to establish that building? So I'm just curious as to what might possibly be under there. But anyway, curious as to how it would go, and I'm hoping it will go forward because I think it's much needed. So just curious about that. But thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to go to Mayor Terziano. Uh-oh.
I was just trying to look at the map that you were indicating, and I didn't quite get there. But I have a couple of questions, and first I will preface it by saying I think the daycare spots are much needed, and I'm certainly in favor of this happening. But there are some unanswered questions that I think are important. Looking at the diagram of where you indicated the daycare would be, they indicated they need kitchen, washrooms, etc., and there didn't seem to be any water tie-ins at all in that particular part of the building. So I'm wondering how all of that's going to work as far as the rentals go. I'm wondering just how large the flat area is outside, because I know there's a rather steep hill that goes down to the roadway there. And I'm wondering if they would be required it to be all fenced in, and what kind of fencing would be required. In the space that you showed for the daycare, there's an entrance and exit, but in the other space, there's only one door now going in and out. So what the proposal would be to have an entrance and exit in the other space for whatever use that was. And I guess the other thing is the part of the report that suggests that this report suffices for public consultation or transparent public notice concerns me. And the last line in the resolution, that staff report back with other interested parties. I'm not sure quite what that means. So there's a long list of questions.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. I'm going to go to Greg, and if you want to walk us through some of those answers, and then we're going to see where we get.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Weeb, and through you. We haven't brought any architects or engineers in at this time, so we don't know the answers to where the water tie-ins will come. I don't know what the exact recommendation will come from the architect on the entrance and exits. I would anticipate they're going to have to put a new exit and entrance to whatever space is left. But at this time, we don't have that information. It's just seeking permission to get to that stage to make sure that those expenses, once you get the architect and engineers involved, there'll be expenses there just to get the drawings. That would be to the daycare. Those expenses would be charged to the daycare was the idea behind this report. So those pieces of information would all come back in a formal proposal before we move forward with that. I think it's just to get permission to seek the interest on putting a daycare here. And then regarding the flat area outside, it's just been a visual with, we did have Duncan Ross in with Andre and Danielle at one point in November, and we looked at the space and they just eyeballed it, and there's plenty of room for what they need. There would be some leveling required, but again, we haven't gone to that stage yet to go through the formal proposal. That would all come back with an actual formal proposal and a lease agreement. And then the public notice, I know there's been some discussions that we would seek public consultation through an ad in the newspaper and report back on council for any other interest there. So we haven't sought any public interest yet at this time, but that's what we'd be looking to do moving forward, and then we report back.
May I do follow-up?
Yeah.
So when you're talking about other interested parties, are you talking about the remaining space, or are we talking about a process? I mean, we usually have a process to get expressions of interest for the usage of any space. We're assuming that we've had one person come to us and express an interest to use the space. And I guess my concern is that doesn't fulfill our transparency policy.
I see Simone has come up on screen. Simone, if you want to add to this conversation.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. We have consulted with Jessica Boyd and Julia McKenzie as per acquisition and disposition of land, leasing and granting of license of occupation policy. That's a mouthful. We are following, because this is the property that it is, that we are following the provisions by having an ad out in the newspaper or putting that out to the public, as well as making this a public report and for public viewing. So it does meet the requirements as per their advice to us. So we're happy to extend that information out to the public to see if there is any other interest. I hope that suffices.
So does this mean you're going to actually place an ad for expressions of interest to lease that space for other uses, as well as work with the current proponent at the same time?
Through you, Chair Weeb, yes, that would be, we've put it as a recommendation in this report so that we can do both. And what we can bring back is what we've been able to attain with the current group trying to make their proposal with the daycare, as well as if there's any other interest from the community, so that council can make a decision based on all of that information.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. Again, I've got very similar concerns that Mayor Terziano had. I mean, if we're other interested parties and working, what if another interested party comes with another daycare proposal that we happen to, for some reason, like better, and we're already working with Daniel and Andre? It just seems backwards to me that the way this is going. I might add that I firmly believe this is needed in our community. I mean, certainly most importantly for childcare and children's development, but also just generally for the economy. So that to me, this is a very important thing. But again, I think we're rushing into something without the information that we need to make the correct decision if we're talking with other interested parties and opportunities, as well as working with these fine people that have brought us this proposal. I'm confused. If I could make a quick comment on the floor plan, it jumped out at me right away that 50 toddlers need bathrooms, and urgently in a lot of cases. So I don't know why we wouldn't look at leasing the whole space. Maybe it's something they don't want to take on because of the cost, but we could work for that rather than get into a huge renovation to add bathrooms that are already right there. Anyway, I'm not comfortable with this motion just because of the way it's worded and because of the concerns that Mayor Terziano brought up. I think again, we need more information on what's actually happening here as far as these questions. Thanks.
Okay, Greg, I'm going to go to you before I go to Councillor Armour.
Chair Weeb, and through you, the diagram is just outlining the space that was requested by Danielle and Andre, just so everybody knows. They requested 3,500 to 4,000 square feet of space. We've just simply earmarked that in the diagram for a visual for everybody. They will have to build, as they had said in their presentation, they can only have 15 children per room. So within that space I've allocated there, depending on what the architect and the engineer says, they will need to build their rooms for the children. They will need to build their washrooms. They will need to build their kitchen within that space. So it's not that we're not providing the washrooms in the space. They most definitely will, but those all have to be built. And it's kind of to leave us with usable space. And they didn't want the full 7,500 space. And then moving forward on the public notice, we wouldn't be moving ahead with Danielle and Andre until this, until it was ratified, and we could report back to you on those needs as if there's other interested parties in that space. But so nothing would progress over the next 30 days until it was ratified and council was satisfied that this was the best way to move forward with all the information. I hope that helped.
You want to follow up? Yep.
Yes, thank you, Chair Weeb. But the motion says right in it that staff be directed to work with Daniel and Andre on a formal proposal. So how now you're saying that, oh, we wouldn't talk to anybody until all this other stuff is done. This is just so confusing. I'm not sure exactly what we're voting on here. It seems like we're trying to push ahead with some people, but yet we're going to go out and ask for other people to bring other proposals. That's right in the motion.
So I'm going to go to Councillor Armour, if you want to hold for a second, I'm going to go to CAO Corey, because I think you're lit up to lend a voice to this particular discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I understand and appreciate that it seems like an unusual process, not something that we're used to. As committee will recall, we did have our large tenant vacate. They did actually close their business, and I think it's fair to say it was a result of COVID and the restrictions that they struggled from. It's not a normal day and age right now, so for the town of Huntsville to go out and do an RFP or an expression of interest advising that we have the space for lease, what we're seeing now are businesses closing down and working remotely, and the need for businesses or organizations to have real estate to run their business, we're seeing is declining drastically. So we had been approached by the daycare, it was, I believe, in the fall at some point, where they did express an interest in utilizing the space. Greg has been working with them, over the past few months. The reason that we felt we should bring it before council is because we need to just get a general consensus on the use. Is the use of interest to you that potentially it could be a daycare? Because a lot of work is going to have to go into it, not only from us, but from the people who are proposing to do the daycare. A lot of work will have to go into it from them as well, and costs will be incurred. So the reason that we're before you today is just to get a general consensus. Do you feel this use supports, what's required in our community? Is it complementary to the existing use of the current building? I know that when we were looking at the RFPs before and motivation submitted, it certainly complemented the uses of the Canada Summit Centre. So we're just before you today to say, do you generally think this is a good use for the space? And if you do, then staff and the applicants can put some extra work into it to formalize a proposal, which will still have to come back to council. But while we do that, we'll make sure that the public is aware that, hey, we're considering entering into a lease with this group that is going to provide daycare services in our community. So at that point in time, anybody in the public's like, hey, maybe I want to use this space. We will hear from them for sure. But it's very difficult. It's not a normal time where we would issue an RFP, an expression of interest. So I can appreciate your concern about the process, but it's not normal right now. So we're just trying to figure out how we move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know staff would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, sorry. So it looks to me like Councillor Withey dropped out about 30 seconds ago. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pause, and I'm going to give him a chance to reconnect, because certainly he's been a part of the driving force behind this discussion, and I wouldn't want to proceed with him being voiceless. So I think, unless I hear otherwise, I think we're going to take 2 minutes and ensure that everyone's reconnected, and then we're going to start back in with Councillor Armour, Mayor Terziano, and then Deputy Mayor Alcock, if that's amenable to everyone. I'm going to do it anyway. So there you have it. 2 minutes. Okay, as we reconnect, I'm hoping that all of council is able to come back. Ms. Little, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Weeb, Tim is not back yet. Councillor Withy is not back yet. We're still still looking for him.
Okay.
We will let you know as soon as he is connected.
Okay. In the meantime, I think I'm going to go and keep the discussion going. Councillor Armour, you were next. So once we've got everyone up on the screen, then I'll get you to go ahead. All right, Councillor Armour, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. I did hear from Councillor Withy. He says he lost his internet.
Okay.
I think there's a lot of questions left here yet, and I think the mayor and Councillor Withy bring up a lot of good points. I think what Greg's looking for today is if we're going to support something like this. And I look at this space as been a troubled space ever since it's been unrented. So it could be a good news story for the town. It create jobs, childcare, a long-term lease with guaranteed money coming in. I know there's a lot of questions here, and architects got to be brought in, but I think we all support it in principle, and I know I definitely do, and I look forward to seeing the further reports and seeing this actually happen. So, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. Mayor Terziano, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Armour is absolutely right. This is a great proposal. I don't think there's anybody that doesn't believe that. But just because we've experienced COVID and just because we're in different times doesn't mean we can change our basic rules of operation. And I think that we do have to go out for an expression of interest. That's what our rules say. We don't break the rules for anything else. I feel the resolution's a little backwards. We should go out for an expression of interest. It can be fully put out there that we have one already, but we need to follow the process. And the other concern I have is that a lot of the questions that we're asking are going to cost the applicant, the daycare applicants, money to get answers to. So, I mean, we're not going to start asking them to spend money to get answers for architect drawings and things like that without knowing full well that we're prepared to lease the space to them. So I think somehow we've missed a step in just issuing an expression of interest so that we cover all of our bases for public transparency.
Mm-hmm. I think that possibly what we're looking for is an RFP, but I'm going to go first to Deputy Mayor Alcock, then to Councillor Thompson, and then we'll revert back to staff and see where we're at.
Thank you, Chair Weeb. And I'm thankful that I just followed both Councillor Armour and the Mayor, because I would echo both of their comments. To respond to whether or not Council is interested in this use, absolutely. And I think the applicants were really wonderful, and I think the presentation was great. But I also think that that if we respond favorably to this particular motion, we're basically saying, let's start negotiations with this couple. And I don't think it's fair to them for all of the reasons the mayor just outlined. What if somewhere along the way, we do get another response from someone else in the community that says, I also provide daycare, and I'm not suggesting that would happen, but I do think we missed a step on the process, and absolutely supportive of this use. And likely this could be the couple that will be the successful applicant, but I don't think it's fair to put them through the next phase where we're basically saying, yes, we're supportive of their application when we missed the regular step in our process.
Okay. It sounds like we're starting to converge around the same idea, that this couple has brought us an idea saying this would make a great daycare. Are you interested? And we're now going through the process of figuring out how best to respond. So I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson first.
Thanks, Chair Weeb. Yeah, first of all, I'm not so sure that we don't and have not in the past single source. But aside from all of that, if we are going to require that we go to an RFP on this, or expressions of interest with regards to this, first of all, Councillor Armour is absolutely right, as is everyone else, I think, on this committee. This is something that's critically needed for the town of Huntsville. But if we are going to go to an expression of interest or an RFP, then I think it's incumbent that we put a timeline on it, so that this does not drag on interminably, and so that if we do have parties that are interested in going forward, then we have a timeline that they can work with. So I would suggest that that would be a part of the recommendation. The proponents that we talked to earlier today have obviously already done a lot of work, and maybe allowing a month or two for others to submit a proposal would be prudent. But I think it's imperative that we put a timeline on this, because this is a critical thing for the town of Huntsville, and let's get going on it.
Okay, thanks for those comments. I'm going to go to our clerk, Tanya Kalea. And I see that Tim Withy has joined back in. So Tanya, if you want to just give it one moment, and then we can start the discussion again. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. I've asked, and Greg has done a great job outlining the information regarding the policy. I've asked Jessica just to join us to tell you exactly what the policy says in this instance. It may just help that information. If I can, through you, Councillor Wiebe, have her pop up and just go over that for you.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. So I just wanted to clarify, our acquisition and disposition policy actually does permit direct negotiations with a third party regarding a lease. So we do have permission to negotiate with the individuals regarding the daycare. However, as CAO Corey indicated, we really wanted to find out if this was a use that council was interested in. And in addition, when the space was leased to Motivations, we did go out for an RFP. So in keeping with that, we were going to advertise this interest and that we were negotiating with the third party.
Okay. Now I'm going to welcome Councillor Withy back. We took a break, but there was a little bit of discussion around committee feeling basically that they're in principle in support of the idea, but feel that perhaps a step has been missed, and we've maybe perhaps missed on our language or on our process. Jessica just joined us to confirm that we in fact are not legally out of step, but again, this is why it's here. It's for committee to decide. So I'm going to go back to you, to Councillor Withy, and feel free to join in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize. My internet booted me out, so sorry. I'm sorry for forcing the break, but anyway, I heard Jessica just now, and it still doesn't, despite the fact that we might be playing by the rules, I still think again that we need more before we take this step. That's my basic opinion. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks for that. Mayor Terzian, I'm going to give you the final word, and then we're going to decide on how we want to proceed as a group.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And what I was going to do is move that this be deferred to the next general committee meeting, which our cycle is fairly long between this meeting. The next one doesn't actually happen until March 2nd. So that should be ample time to issue an expression of interest or RFP with a short closing date to see if there's any other interest. And if staff wants to talk to the current applicants through this, I would just advise that they don't spend any money until we actually agree to proceed with this. But I would move to defer this report to the next general committee meeting.
Okay, but to put a little more, sort of put a little bit more meat on that, we also want our staff to issue an RFP in the interim, outlining that the use for this space would be childcare. I'm gonna go to Crystal first, and then we're gonna try and work through this.
Thank you. I was looking for some clarification, as I did hear we were postponing the motion. The motion right now has both matters within it. So it has the current proposal from the individuals who presented earlier, as well as going out to see if there's any interest. So I just have a little bit of concern if we postpone the whole thing, but then you also want us to continue forward with part of it. So I don't know if you'd look maybe for an amendment to just move forward with going out for an expression of interest. And I'll refer to Jessica or Tanya, if that's the correct wording, and that the matter of the proposal that came forward this morning to come back to the next meeting, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I'm going to, rather than put words in anyone's mouth, I'm going to go back to the mayor and just restate what you'd like to see going forward.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I would just move to postpone this report or this motion to the next general meeting. And in the meantime, staff issue an expression of interest for use of the old motivation space without any parameters around what that use may be. Just an expression of interest for lease of the space.
Okay. So we're putting a pause on the couple that were here this morning, and we're going to take 30 days essentially to put feelers into the community and say, is there anybody else before we proceed? Is there anybody else that's interested in this space, and for what purposes? Does that sum it up? Okay, I'm going to go to CAO Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to discuss process, so we are currently sitting as general committee today. So this resolution will be ratified by council the end of February, at which time staff can proceed with an expression of interest. It's my understanding that I believe we have to post for at least 15 days. So just to give council an understanding of timelines, so ratification the end of February, posting it for at least 15 days. It might be a little tight to get it to the council meeting in March, but we can chat with the mayor to see if we're going to have a special meeting to address it. But just to let you know, we do have those parameters with respect to timelines.
Right.
But we'd be happy to take any direction from committee. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the mayor because I think we're going to hone in on this.
No, yeah, you're bogging this down in a whole bunch of red tape. Can staff not issue an expression of interest without a council resolution and a ratification by council? You're hearing quite clearly that staff want you to do an expression of interest before proceeding with this matter. Does it have to be a resolution that's ratified for council for staff to issue an expression of interest? Because for me, this could have been done 30 days ago before you even came to council.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if I may respond. So because we have been approached by a group who has expressed an interest, it would only seem right that we would deal with the request in front of us. So that's why we hadn't gone out for RFP or expression of interest. But if we're hearing that there's not a desire from committee to proceed with that, then staff, I guess, could proceed with an expression of interest. There has been no direction from committee. And we do clearly understand that you don't want any parameters around that. With respect to the question or the comment about we could have gone out about 30 days ago, these discussions have been taking place. As you're aware, Mayor Terziano, with respect to the interested party, and there was a desire to further discuss the issue with them. So that's why we hadn't independently gone out for expression of interest. So I can certainly speak with my team. If committee gives us that direction, we can speak about procedure, and we will certainly try to move this forward as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and to that point, as quickly as we possibly can we give a moment to just to explore what the alternatives would be at this moment to not get bogged down with waiting an entire month to ratify this particular motion and then to move, right? So I don't want to get caught in we have to wait the 30-day cycle to then resume talks. I think that's what I'm hearing from around the table. So I'm wondering procedurally, is it better to try to amend this in order for us to keep working effectively, or so that's a kind of a quick question. While we think about that, I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Weave. If I may just add my 2 cents just because of this last little discussion, I think what I'm hearing is that there's a lot of interest around the table that this seems like a really great proposal, and that as presented to us, and I understand why staff wanted to get it in front of us to have us consider whether or not daycare was a really good use of the space. And what I've heard this morning is there's a lot of support for that. But I've also heard that we might receive the consequences from other members of our community if we just went straight to this set of negotiations without checking to see if there are other possible applications out there for people who might have another use. And what I'm hearing from CAO Corey is, you know what, probably not, but we just want to ensure that that base is covered. And we certainly want to ensure it before we start negotiations with this lovely couple, before they spend any resources on their application. So to me, I think that's a really, and I heard from Jessica that legally we're good, but you know, this is part of it. And I also agree with her worship when with respect to the timelines, I feel like surely to goodness, there must be some way we can, you know, move this ship along when we actually are sitting as council today and general committee. And so if you need ratification by council, you know, hold a 5-minute special meeting to get that ratification so that we don't have to wait a whole month before we get that. So I'm a bit concerned when I hear about, well, the timeline will be for another month and a half before we have to do this. And all we want to do is check with the community before we embark on what looks like a really great proposal. And that's all I'm hearing. And so that's
okay. CEO Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do apologize. I feel like I have confused the situation. So I'll try to simplify it. So what we have before you today is are you interested in a daycare, and do you want us to proceed in those discussions? So with respect to timeline, and I apologize, Your Worship, if I misspoke, but what we need to know is we can't continue to, you know, if we're not interested in having discussions with the applicants that have submitted their proposal, then we should put that to rest for now, and we should go out for expression of interest. And that because it is certainly something that we recognize in the budget, that we are looking at having rental space within that area. So it would be staff's direction just to proceed with that without council approval. I think where we're getting stuck on this is we have a proposal before us with respect to a daycare, and it's kind of interfering with what process we normally would have undertaken had we not have had the proposal in front of us. So I do apologize, Mr. Chairman, if I have muddied the waters, but we as staff absolutely can go for an RFP, an expression of interest. I guess we just need to know the desire on what is our future discussions with the current proposal in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna go to the mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of thinking out loud here, so it might be a wild sort of an idea, but maybe what we actually need is a resolution on the table. I think I'm hearing from council is we're very interested in a daycare being in that space or in part of that space. But I don't want 60, 90 days down the road to have another daycare or another group of people come in and say, if we had known that space was there, we would have had a great daycare proposal as well. Chances are that's not going to happen, but it's kind of a cover your back end. So maybe we need a resolution that says we just want an expression of interest to go out for any daycare proposal for the space. We have this one, my own, and I have no problem talking to these people, but I would not encourage them to spend money until it comes back in 30 days and we don't have another proponent asking for the same space for the same use.
Okay, so if there's a way to encapsulate that in a motion, because that's essentially what's being put on the floor. I don't know if our clerk's department wants another minute or two to just work through that. Crystal, you go ahead.
My apologies. I did have a couple of motions prepared based on where the discussion was at. So that was to postpone the report that's on the table now, and then a new motion to go out for an expression of interest for the space and report back to committee. Am I hearing a change on that now as well?
No, okay, I think that grabs it. So I'm going to go to Julia really quick.
I was just going to mention, just if we limit it to childcare spaces or childcare proposals only, I just want to make sure we're clear, because if somebody else comes forward and says, what if you consider this? Because that does happen sometimes when we issue these things, that somebody else may have another idea that is equally amicable to council, that you would want to consider that. So I would just caution on that there might be another, like we might want to just maybe say that it provides community benefit, use some sort of wording like that, so that it does go along with our strategic plan, rather than limiting it just to that, just because we may get that question and then we may have to hold back on the expression of interest to expand it to that. So just something that's happened in the past.
Right, so including community and perhaps economic benefit, which it sounds like the daycare would provide. So I'm looking around the table for some general head nods in terms of what Crystal's is going to bring forward, and that is to postpone, to pause what's happened with the current applicants, and concurrently put out an expression of a request for, well, it's either going to be a request for proposal or an expression of interest, either way, over the next 30 days for use of that space that would provide community and economic benefit. I'm seeing some head nods all around. Okay, so once that comes up on the screen, we're going to have something to vote on. And I see the mayor with her hand up. Go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but my only concern is if we pass that resolution, do we have to wait for it to be ratified before the expression can go out? And that's a procedural question for someone.
Right, that kind of started this discussion, right? We have to wait for the 30 days to even put this into motion.
Which is why I think we should just postpone the motion and staff know what we want them to do. And not put it in the form of a motion, other than to postpone the one that's on the table.
Right, but I don't know, I'm going to have to check, we'll have to check procedurally if we can issue an RFP just off the cuff. I'm going to go to Councillor Fitzgerald.
I'm pretty sure that within staff's permissions and abilities that they can go out for expressions of interest and a lease on that space.
Can I get confirmation on that? Because if that's true, then we may actually remarkably speed up the governing process. CEO Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as previously noted, the thing that's really holding us up here is the fact that we actually have a proposal in front of us. So what I can direct staff to do is, based on the discussion today, that they proceed with expression of interest to fill the space, which we would have normally done had we not had a proposal before us. I would suggest that there still be, and I'd have to ask the clerk maybe to jump in if I'm misspeaking, the deputy clerk. I would suggest that because there is a motion before you today, that there's be some action, whether it be postponed, and we can take direction certainly from the deputy clerk on that, because there is currently a request in front of us. So I think the issue is we need to separate them. We need to deal with the daycare issue right now, and if that's postponing it, then staff can initiate an expression of interest just under their regular duties and invitation.
So why don't we do that? Why don't we head towards postponing this motion to the next council meeting, because that would be 30+ days. And I'm going to go to the deputy clerk. Crystal, go ahead.
Thank you. So based on the comments from the CAO, I'm hearing that staff are able to just go out then with an expression of interest. So if everyone can just bear with me, my recommendation would actually be to amend the motion to remove that last line to say that staff report back with interested parties, so that it removes that portion of the motion. Then the main motion would just be speaking to the proposal that's in front of us, and that main motion actually be postponed. So then we're removing out the portion that's asking staff to go out because staff are just going to do that. So the motion that's going to be remaining is an amended motion, but that would actually be postponed, if that makes sense.
Okay, that does make sense. And it sounds like Councillor Fitzgerald, you're willing to move that, unless you wanted to speak. Go ahead.
I am happy to move that.
Okay.
I'd love a seconder.
We've got 12. Okay. So Crystal, I'll give you a moment, and then we're going to put it up on screen and we're going to vote on it. And just to be clear, we're voting, the amendment's going to ask us to postpone this motion, I believe. Did I possibly get that wrong again? Go ahead, Crystal.
Yeah, we'll just have the quick motion to amend first.
Yeah.
And my apologies, I just lost my internet there for a second. I missed the seconder.
Oh, Councillor Stone.
Thank you. So the motion will be to amend, and then you'll just kind of skip over the main as amended, and we'll get right into postponing that. Okay. So I'll share my screen now.
Okay, moved by Jason Fitzgerald, seconded by Bob Stone. It is recommended the following be struck out, and further that staff report back with other interested parties and opportunities for consideration. So that's the amendment. All in favor? That carries. So now we've got an amended motion. And I guess I'll read it. Yeah. So we'll do the same movers and seconders, Councillor Fitzgerald and Councillor Stone. Main motion as amended, moved by Jason Fitzgerald, second by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that staff be directed to work with Danielle and Andre Sachko on a formal proposal to set up a daycare business in the Canada Summit Centre in a portion of the space currently known as the auditorium. And further that staff report back to committee with the complete proposal and lease agreement for consideration. Now, motion to postpone. I'm going to keep the same mover and seconder. Yeah. Jason Fitzgerald and seconded by Bob Stone. It is recommended that the amended motion from report number CS 2022-1 daycare business proposal be postponed. No more final thoughts. All in favor? And that carries. Okay, thanks everyone for bearing with that. I know that was a bit of a behind the scenes of the sausage factory, but that's okay. We're here at committee, that's what we're here to do. So I'm gonna move on now. It seems like we're clear with direction here, and we're gonna move on to our last item within community services. And I'm going to read the motion again to get us started. Why don't I read it, and then if it comes up on screen, bonus. It is moved by Dan Armour and seconded by Jason Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee support the creation of one community hub for 55+ programs at the Huntsville Active Living Center. There it is. And further that staff be directed to work with Club 55 executive on this transition and the completion of an engagement charter. And further that staff be directed to give notice to end the existing lease agreement with Club 55. Okay, now I think, Simone, you're on for this one. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Weave. I'm pleased to bring before you this report that outlines a new beginning for programming for ages 55+. The report in front of you outlines the vision that Club 55 and Community Services together created. I am here to answer any questions.
All right. Going around the table, any questions from committee? I am not seeing any hands up. And I'm wondering again, is that right? Okay. Wow. All right. Then you've heard the motion. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Thanks, folks. All right. I'm going to turn over the chair now. Thanks for everyone for this, for your patience throughout this process. Thanks.
Okay, that then takes us to operations and protective services, and I think we can probably get through that section before we take a lunch break. Hopefully, it looks smoother sailing than the last. So, Councillor Thompson, are you ready to assume the chair?
You betcha. Yes, thanks, Your Worship. Glad to sally forth, as they say. And it's nice to get to the exciting part of the meeting, being ops. And I know you'll all forgive me for saying that, but I am prejudiced after all. Crystal, are you going to pop the resolutions up on the screen, or I can just read them? I just don't have the movers and seconders. There we go. Moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor Alcock, seconded by Councillor Withy. Recommended that committee approves the changes to the Town of Huntsville Emergency Management Program and Emergency Plan as outlined in Report Ops 2022-2, and further that the bylaw be forwarded to Council for consideration. So here we go. Is this Mike? I think is on this one. Mike, do you have anything further to add to that? Medea.
Yeah, nothing further.
Or we have Steve here.
No, I was just going to
there you
introduce
are,
Chief
Mike.
Bassard, who I think was going to speak to it, but you've met Chief Bassard, so him and Mike are here. I'll let them deal with it.
Okay, any questions of either Mike or Director Hernan?
Mr. Chair, if I could, Larry Broussard here. I'm your interim fire chief. And if I could just take a minute of your time, I wanted to take advantage of the mayor's question to me this morning at the start of the meeting, just to briefly introduce myself. I know you have a full agenda, and I know you really don't want to spend much time listening to me, but I think it's important for you to understand who I am and where I'm coming from. So if you don't mind, I'll just take a moment or two to introduce myself without being too long-winded, which I unfortunately can be, just to warn you. So feel free to cut me off. But most of you, or some of you, will know me by way of my time that I spent in Gravenhurst as the fire chief from 2012 through 2020 there. And that was a wonderful part of my career. And I won't bore you with a recitation of my my full resume, but I do think it's important that you understand that I spent 4.5 decades as a firefighter in the province of Ontario. The last 2 decades has been spent as a chief officer in a couple of different communities. I started in Halton Hills as a deputy chief and moved to Milton. And then I moved to the city of Waterloo, and then finally to Gravenhurst, as we've already talked about. And so I've had a wonderful experience. And some of you might be thinking, gee, this guy can't really hold a job. and so I'm seeing some smiles around the table, so thanks for that. To say that I have a passion for the fire service, I think would be an understatement. So I wanted to share with you that when I got the phone call to see if I would be interested in coming up and serving as the interim chief, there was no hesitation in my mind. It was an absolute yes. My time in Gravenhurst was great, but I'll share with you that the Huntsville Lake and Bays Fire Department has an outstanding reputation here in Huntsville, and so it was with no hesitation that I said yes, I'd be happy to step in and roll up my sleeves and get to work to help keep the department moving forward as it has for decades. It won't surprise you, I think, to learn that I've already met with the leadership team here. And tomorrow night, I'll finish my station visits at all 5 fire stations where I'm meeting all of your volunteer firefighters. And I say that simply to share with you that I've been so impressed by the people that are here. And that doesn't come as a surprise to you either. But just a quick advertisement, they need your help right now. We're about to embark on a bit of a recruiting campaign to bolster our numbers once again. And I've often said that our firefighters are our best recruiters. They're in the community, they know their neighbors, and so they can reach out and touch someone on the shoulder and say, hey, you'd make a great firefighter. And it strikes me that each one of you, being in your own communities, whether it's Stevenson, Chaffee, or wherever, you know your neighbors better than we do even. So I'm going to issue a bit of a challenge to you to ask you to reach out and touch those people in your communities that you think would be a good firefighter. That official release of the recruiting campaign will happen in the next little while. So we're looking for your help in that respect. So I'll get off the soapbox now and go to the matter at hand that's before you, and that's the proposed changes to the bylaw that have been brought about with changes to the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. You know, we're all trying to stay warm in our houses these days, as it's minus 30 plus last night. Oh my goodness. But we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that in just about 10 weeks or so, we'll be dealing with a different situation here in Huntsville, and you're more intimately familiar with it than I. So the spring freshet, the spring melt of the snow is going to happen. And so you should know that we're already preparing for that. Our CEMC Mike Vadla is already monitoring snowpack conditions, water content, and so on and so forth. So we'll be prepared when the spring melt does come. And I'll just share quickly that Mike tells me very recently that the conditions such as we have and are seeing right now look very favorable for us for the spring. And let's keep our fingers crossed that Mother Nature doesn't throw something strange at us. So I don't want to say any more. You've all had the opportunity to read the report. CEMC Vadla is on the call with us today, and I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chair. We'd be happy to take any questions if you have any. Thank you for the time.
Thanks very much, Chief. Sorry that I neglected to go through the process of introducing you properly, or asking you to introduce yourself. It's not on my agenda, so I didn't have it there. But anyway, welcome, and very happy to have you here. Question I have, I guess, before I get to any members of committee with regards to questions for you, but you mentioned a shortage, or you're looking for recruits. How many do we need for Huntsville Lake of Bays?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. It varies by station, of course. We'll be looking in total, I think, to bring about 15 people on strength here. And of course, each station has different numbers. But I understand the process as it sits here has been very successful over the last bunch of years. Recruiting for volunteer firefighters is a challenge for every fire department, not only in Muskoka, not only in Ontario, not only in Canada, but volunteerism in general, you will know that has been on the decline. So it's a bit of a challenge for us, but I'm told historically we always have a good turnout from the community in terms of interest. So we're looking forward to that process, to seeing some new faces perhaps this year in that process. So I don't have an exact number, but to answer your question, but I think it's in the 15-ish area.
Thanks, Chief. Any members of committee have questions of Chief Broussard? It would not seem so. So thanks again, Chief, and welcome aboard, as we said earlier, and look forward to working with you over the next few months. Okay, committee, you heard the resolution as expressed earlier. Any questions with regards to that? I don't see a single hand up. All those in favor? And from my standpoint, Madam Clerk, I only see 2 hands going up, but I assume that there were more hands going up than what's showing up on my screen.
Yes, Chair Thompson, there were.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Crystal. Okay, so that's passed. Let's move on to our next resolution. Crystal, if you could pop that up on the screen for us, please.
I believe the next one is for information only. Report Ops 2022-5. Chair Thompson, you're on mute.
Thanks, Crystal. And you're absolutely right. This is information only. So, Brandon, this is with regards to Report Ops 2022-5 road assumption. So, Brandon, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. excuse me. So what we have here is a couple road assumptions, 3 to be exact. Chaffey Township Road subdivision off Muskoka Road 3, Brookside Crossing, Kelsey Madison Court, and Spalding Crescent were all approved and constructed as per the plan of subdivision through the Town of Huntsville planning process. We've done our inspections. They do meet final acceptance and are built in general conformance of the drawings. So we have granted final acceptance and have assumed full maintenance and ownership of these roads. The financial implications for these roads are listed in the report and will be moved forward in any of our capital and maintenance plans going forward. So just for information today, we added those 3 roads to our network.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Any questions for our engineering tech, Mr. Hall? Mayor Terziano.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just wondering why we're just going to see the increased costs in 2023 and not this year.
Brandon?
I might let Director Hernan speak to that. We did put it, I'll let Steve speak to that if I can, please.
Yes,
Thanks,
indeed,
Brandon.
Steve.
Through you, Chair Thompson. So two major reasons. The first being obviously there's not much maintenance on a new road. It won't be till the next year that we'll start to really get into the maintenance swing of it. And because we're adopting this later in the year, the major costing, if you will, of snow removal has been covered by the contractor, the developer. So that has been paid. So that's the major cost, and that's been covered. You will start to see increased costs moving forward. And obviously, it'll be added to the capital asset plan moving forward as well.
I guess just further to that, I take it that you would consider all of the new assessment on those roads as increased revenue to offset the costs.
We certainly do at budget time. And sometimes this is a bit of a, every time we add to an asset, we get it. It costs more money to maintain it. And we could add 100 meters of sidewalk next year, and we could absorb that within the operations. But if we keep adding 100 meters, eventually we're going to come back to you and say we've added enough meters of sidewalk that we need another 100 hours of sidewalk maintenance. So it's a bit of a juggling game. Not every time we add a road to our inventory do we have to add another plow truck. But there comes a point in time when we have to. And if you remember back 2 years ago, we added another 400 hours to both plow maintenance and another 400 hours a year to sidewalk maintenance. So we've got a little bit of room in there. We cushion some of these, and as we keep adding them, we will come back and ask for more. But you're correct. There's catch basins up in that area. They'll be put on the cleaning program. It's about $23 a year on cleaning of a catch basin. They'll be added to the 23 tenders going out on the contracts. And we see a little bit of creep on those prices, but it's adjusted with the assessment growth as well.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Anyone else? Okay, thanks for that, Brandon and Chief Hernan. The next one also information only. This has to do with Center Street and Haynes Road intersection upgrades. And once again, this would be you, Brandon, or Steve.
I don't believe this is for information. I believe there should be a resolution going with this one. And I don't know if you wanted to read the resolution before we spoke to the report, or.
You're right. I've got for information only here, but there is a resolution. That's true. Okay. Crystal, do you want to put that up for movers and seconders for me, please? Okay, moved by Councillor Weep, seconded by Councillor Armour, recommended that staff be directed to award the contract and enter into an agreement with Sanford Investments using single sourcing for the design and construction of the Center Street and Haynes Street intersection upgrades with the satisfaction of the CAO, Director of Finance Treasurer, and Director of Operations and Protective Services. So again, this, let me just get rid of my screen here. I think this is Brandon, you doing the report on this, or Steve?
I'm going to let Brandon walk us through the report, and I might add something at the end if I feel it's required.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what we have here is a report for Center Street, Haynes Road intersection upgrades. Just going to start with a little background to justify the report. So operations staff were approached by Sanford Investments in 2021 to discuss the realignment of Shea Road out to Center Street to support a proposed commercial development called the Paisley Center at the southeast corner of Center Street and Haynes Road intersection. This was presented March 24th, 2021, report number Ops 2021-09. Since then, staff have entered into an agreement with Sanford Investments through a road approval permit application process for the construction of the realignment of Shea Road, again in support of this proposed commercial development. At this time, there was really no concept plans for the commercial, or there was preliminary concept plans for the commercial development Paisley Center, so that they weren't finalized. Now we have received a application through the planning process for that commercial development. And during review of that commercial development, it was noted that there's going to be some road construction works at the Center Street and Haynes Road intersection for right in, right outs, and access to that commercial development, as well as the Shea Road connection out to Center Street. Also, as a requirement for that commercial development, they were to do a scoped traffic impact study. And what that is to look at all surrounding intersections and traffic volumes, as well as trip generations. So the number of vehicles that are entering and leaving that area. So you see here, there's a list of 10 intersections that they had established. Based on those study results, it was determined that there was no further upgrades to that intersection that warranted. So essentially, the traffic impact study stated that there was the intersection was not warranted to have traffic signals. Also, in discussions with Sanford Investments, it was determined that during the traffic study, the police reports also talked about it was more of a behavioral issue at that intersection rather than a functional issue. So that intersection does function as its intended use, but we are experiencing more of a behavioral issue through the police reports. So in talks with Sanford Investments, we and staff have agreed that it is important to, we should look at putting traffic signals in at this time. One of the major reasons is Sanford Investments will already be in that intersection to dig part of it up. So what we're looking to do is enter into an agreement with them on a cost sharing analysis in order to complete that work. So with this, basically where am I here? 1 second. Set of traffic signals at the intersection. It's going to cross off the Town of Huntsville strategic plan. It's going to check off our sidewalk master plan. And it's going to check off safety, and it will also check off the public's concerns and interests. So 4 valued points as to why we should enter an agreement and install these traffic signals. We have preliminary estimates attached to the report for the civil works, which is road works, which includes the turning lanes and road construction at around $395,000. There's preliminary estimates for the traffic signals to be around $295,000 to $300,000. So we're looking at a total cost of about $600,000 to complete this work. So the fee breakdown would be we roughly $300,000 in Huntsville development charges, DCs. There was $300,000 in DCs identified in the study for future installation of traffic signals at this intersection. $200,000 would be Huntsville operations capital budget. This has already been put into the 2022 capital budget, so there will be no change to the current approved budget. Sanford Investments have also come to the table with a contribution of $100,000 to put towards this project. So this would put Huntsville's portion at $500,000 out of a $600,000 contract. That $500,000 is mutually agreed to be a lump sum upset limit fee cost. So if the values do go above $500,000, the difference will be picked up by Sanford Investments. With these numbers, I've also reviewed them myself, and I have used our engineering vendor of record, Tulloch Engineering. So we did review them. We looked at current construction prices, subdivision prices that have all been going in, and these prices are good construction costs, which also we feel is beneficial to enter into this agreement at this time. We also checked with our procurement department, and it looks like we are able to enter into this agreement through the procurement for single sourcing, as it's in the best interest of the municipality. And that explanation is in the procurement section of the report. And so today we're looking to enter into an agreement with Sanford Investments for the construction upgrades of Center Street, Haynes Road intersection. This will be for the installation of streetlights, traffic signals, crosswalks, sidewalks, and all other civil works such as road construction.
Mr. Chair, if
thank
I
you,
could maybe just,
Brendan. Fabulous report. Steve, did you want to add anything to that?
if I could, because I seen some puzzled looks, and I had the same look when it was explained to me that the traffic volumes didn't require the intersection, the traffic lights. And we questioned that and reviewed that with the engineering firms again multiple times. And as Brandon indicated, it's the behavioral problems we're having up there. So to put the total cost of an intersection back on the developers in the corners, and we have collected development fees in the tune of just over 300,000 from other developers on the corners up there towards the lights, we couldn't justify it in our mind. And we certainly knew the developer, the Sanford's was not agreeable to it because he had reports that said it wasn't required. Through discussions though, when you throw human behavior in there and you look at our sidewalk master plan calling for it and the calls for proper intersection changes up there, we all agreed it was the right thing to do. We recognize that Fairvern's going in. We recognize that there's much more development that's going to happen at that corner. So it's going to warrant it, if not this year, in the next 3 or 4 years. As Brandon indicated, it's been a topic many times before council. We looked at the roundabout. There's just not the room up there for that. So we looked at, let's improve the entire intersection, and the traffic lights is the best way to go, with some turning lane adjustments up there, as well as some sidewalks on the north side over by what I'll call the beer store corner, if you will, which will connect up to the Haynes Road, which connects that whole development on the other side. And there is a pedestrian crossing on Highway 60 at Haynes too. So it ties nicely in with everything. The numbers that we met with the developer and had many discussions on, as Brandon indicated, we took their work from their engineers and we went to our own engineering firm, Tulloch, to confirm the deal that was being done, to confirm the construction numbers. Brandon and I did our own pricing, if you will, against the Main Street job. We know what traffic lights downtown are costing, so we took a look at what they were costing up there. The numbers made perfect sense. If we decided that we wanted to do the project ourselves instead of working with the contractor, it would delay the project in total. We would have 2 construction companies in there. You can't have 2 different contractors working on any one site at a time. So we would be in there and do our work, and then we would move ourselves out of there, and then the developer would be in for his turn lanes. So we're taking advantage of his unit pricing that he's gotten. Like I say, we've checked the numbers. We feel that this is the best deal for the ratepayer and for all involved. So we're happy to answer any questions. As Brandon indicated, we were hoping to bring the entire work plan for ops for next year to this committee meeting, but we had some changes from the district on a few other projects which delayed it, but it will be before council for approval next year. The $200,000 that Brandon indicated was coming out of the ops budget is part of the approved capital 4.5 million, and it's slated in there. And unfortunately, we just don't have the final work plan to share that, but it will be shared at the next committee meeting. And we're happy to answer any questions that council might have at this time on this project. I can tell you the developer is eager, and the fact that we have talked about this, if this gets the green lights, this project will be done before July 1st because they want their own corner up and running. So this will be in place as soon as the construction season starts. They'd be starting the work.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. That's a pretty comprehensive report. We have some questions for you, starting with Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. As someone that uses this intersection quite regularly, I can certainly attest to the behavioral issues up there. And I don't know how else else you solve it without a project like this. I'm a big fan of this. I think it's overdue. I think it'll help with pedestrians, certainly from the Chartwell area trying to cross. You know, they're basically taking their lives in their hands trying to get through even the intersection. There are a lot of people that just don't even stop and just drive through there. It's amazing to witness. I'm happy with these numbers. I do recall we had a preliminary sort of number thrown around of about 750,000. So this looks good if my memory serves me. And timing is excellent too. This can't be done quick enough, in my opinion. And as was pointed out with the changes and the cuts to the boulevard on Center Street for Shea and Fairburn, it's good. The whole area is going to be busier. So I don't know how a traffic study based on what's going through there now really can take what's going to come into account in the near future. So full steam ahead, in my opinion. Thanks.
Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Good report, Brandon, Director Hernan. Just on behalf of the Accessibility Committee, I want to say thank you. This has been a contentious issue for years, that intersection up there. So this is really going to alleviate that issue for us, and it's good to see it happening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I'll just echo what other councillors have said. I think this project is great. I can't wait for it to happen. Can't wait for it to be finally done. I think the need's been there for quite some time. And I think it's the interesting use of behavioral issues. I concur with Councillor Withey. It's a problematic corner, and I'm really thrilled that it's happening. Thank you for a good report.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I see no other hands up. Great report from both Brandon and Steve, so thank you for that. Obviously, you've done a great job in the report because the questions are minimal on this one. So you've heard the question committee. All those in favor? And once again, Deputy Clerk, I have seeing no hands up here, but I'll take your word for whether this was passed or not.
Yes, you were good, Chair Thompson.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to our next report. And once again, this is from Colleen and Steve and Crystal, if you could put the motion up on the movers and seconders up on the screen for me, please. Okay, here we go. Moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. It is recommended that committee accepts and adopts the waterfront strategy design brief dated December 2021 as attached to report Ops 2022-3 created by the Planning Partnerships as a reference guide, which will be used in future developments of the Huntsville waterfront. So we have Colleen and Steve both working on this one. Colleen, are you taking the lead on this?
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Yes, I'll begin. So if you recall, back in November of 2021, we had the pleasure of having Donna Hine come and present to us the full waterfront strategy. Leading up to that presentation, there were months of community engagement, and Donna and the planning partners, they went about that in many different ways to make sure that we were reaching the full community and listening to any group that wanted to contribute to the strategy. So within our report today, we've cited many items from the council's strategic direction that align very well with the waterfront design strategy. And the full document, the full 60 pages of the presentation is included with the report as well. And I'm not sure if there's anyone that wants to ask specific questions, but it's included in your agenda document if there's anything specific you'd like to review.
If I could just maybe highlight,
Hey,
Chair
Steve,
Thompson.
did you want to add to that, Steve?
Yeah, sorry. If I could just highlight, this is the same document that Donna met with us at the last meeting and walked us through. Council did request some color drawings, and we pointed out in the report there was 3 color concept drawings added to it on page 28, 30, and 32 for the 3 key areas. We have a motion before you, but it's not committing you to anything. What it's saying is that you're accepting this report and it could be used as a reference guide moving forward. So if council decides that they want to take on any one component of this, or when they're looking at wayfinding signage, you can use this back as a reference point and the recommendations and what they found through public engagement. So that's why we have it before you today, if you will, and hopefully council and future councils will consider this document moving forward.
Okay, thank you, both Colleen and Steve. Questions from committee, and it looks like Deputy Mayor Nancy Alcock, you go first.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and thanks, Steve and Colleen. As everybody knows, I was all gaga over the report when Donna came forward and presented it. I still really like it. I think it's a fantastic waterfront vision. And I do have a question, though, and that is, by accepting the report as laid out as an overall strategy going forward, I did look at it, and there are sort of the 3 phases, 3 areas, as you referred to, Steve, and one of them being the River Mill Park area. And I'm not sure I'm reading this correctly, but if we approve this today, the report is referencing the area where we currently have the community garden. And I know that they heard, or Donna heard from a number of people that would like to move the community garden. And in fact, there's reference to that in today's report somewhere, because we're looking at creating a picnic area and selectively removing some of the naturalized beach area for proposed swimming. And so I think that my worry is that if we were to endorse what we have before us today, we're saying we're supportive of moving the community garden. And I'm a bit worried about that because we haven't actually figured out where we'd be moving it to. So, and I think that's a bit of an issue. I know that I've had lots of discussions, as I know Her Worship has, with those who have spent a lot of time on the community garden. We've heard from members of that committee who are quite vocal and worried that not only if it's moved out of the core, that there won't be any attention to creating another one. So I'm worried about that because I would like to support this as a basis of guidance going forward, but I won't be supportive if we don't have more information about that community garden aspect, because as it's presented right now, it's saying we're supportive of moving it and we don't have anything in its place. So maybe I've misread that, and so that would be my question to both of you.
Who wants to go first? Steve?
So through you, Chair Thompson, and thank you, Councillor Alcock, for that question. So the first thing I'm going to point out is what you're doing today is accepting it as a reference guide. It's a reference guide for consideration moving forward on any developments. Part of the reason that the colored water drawing has the garden moved right now is because staff are working right now on a location of a washroom building. The council's indicated that they're looking for a solution to washrooms, and that was one of the comments that came through from Donna's, is that we need washroom buildings in some of our parks. So as she's indicated in the any of the drawings you go into, further research and detailed and council approval will need to be done. If you recall in the document too, one of the recommendations is a possible location for the community garden is beside the greenhouse that is proposed to go in at the Heritage Place. So there's a lot of pieces in here. You certainly couldn't take this document if you had a bucket full of money and start at one end of town and work your way through and build everything, because there's not enough information, there's not enough approvals, but it's a reference guide. It's a reference guide. Donna spoke to the community members that spoke to her recommended we remove the community garden. You know, council has that in the strategic plan. before the community garden would ever be moved, it would require council approval. And it's a reference guide that this is what the community has told us on this day in question, and this is the vision they see for moving forward. So keep it in mind, that's what this document is intended for, but it certainly speaks to the fact that, you know, that whole Mountain View plant, when it becomes available in 2 or 3 years, there's lots of open spaces. And the council today could decide, is that a spot for a community garden, or is that a spot for the washroom building? And do we put more of a focus there? But as a reference document, it gives us something to start with, if you will, that hopefully it would be used as it's intended. I don't know if that's answered the question. You know, there's not defined answers on everything. It talks about artwork should be placed along the trails, but it doesn't describe exactly where, and it doesn't describe what the artwork should look like. There again, that would be a council or committee decision as to accepting artwork, but what they've heard from the community is they feel that art installation and fitness stations is a key component that should be added to the trail system.
Could I just follow up?
Okay, Councillor, yeah, please do.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Steve, for your response. I very much appreciate it. And I get the reference guide. I think that, you know, absolutely. And as I will be redundant. I absolutely support the vision in this. I think it's great. As I know that the members of the community garden will hear what you just heard, which is potentially, and because sometimes things are seen through a particular lens, and they'll see this as council's just adopted a reference guide that does not have the community garden in Rivermill Park. And council is considering potentially putting a community garden over in an area that will not come on stream for another 3 years. And moreover, we don't know what's happening at Heritage Place with the garden there, the indoor greenhouse. That's a fantastic proposal. I love it. And I love the idea of the community garden being over there. That's me, but that seems like something that we haven't actually had further discussions about. So I really want to make clear that this is a reference guide, that a lot of the suggestions in it, the recommendations, may not be considered, or it's a bit foggy around this particular issue. And I know I'm flogging I hate that term. So I'm uneasy about it appearing as it is, and we're adopting it as a reference guide because tacitly we're accepting that the community garden will not be located in Rivermill Park. So I don't know how we deal with that, because I think as long as that's the implication, I'm not sure I can support it at this point. And I really want to support this document as a whole.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. If I may just interject there for a moment. So are we to assume then, Director Hernan, that the community garden would remain where it is until we found a new location for it? Is that the suggestion going forward?
Exactly, Chair Thompson. Anything that happens has to have council approval. So this is a reference document, just like our strategic plan, which I'll remind you is approved by council, that says move the community garden. So it's council direction is what we'll look for and we'd respond to. And this is a reference document explaining what the vision could look like. You don't have to buy into any of it. You could buy into all of it. You could change it all, or if you wanted to, you don't have to even accept this as a reference document. We could just take this study and say, okay, we had it done, and move on. But as you know, I think as you know, we heard it last year, if you recall, right, that there was a food vendor that wanted to set up down in Rivermill Park. Well, if somebody approached you again tomorrow with the same concept, at least as this reference document, you could go back and say, when the community was consulted, this is what they wanted Rivermill Park to look like. That's what we were told. Doesn't mean that you can't put a food vendor down there. It's always at council's discretion what they want to do. But at least you have something to guide you as to a planning document to move forward, which was the whole intent when we embarked on this with Donna Hines' help on this consulting, is to try and create a vision. And, you know, you go back to the early 90s when the last waterfront study was done, it created a vision, but not everything was followed in that 1990 plan to a T. The concept was followed, the concept with the trail, the concept with acquiring more land and creating picnic areas, but it certainly wasn't followed to a T. And it certainly didn't have a detailed plan as to how everything would come together, just like this document doesn't, and requires further research on certain areas. I'll use again Mount View, the Lions Lookout. You know, it's pointed out at the Lions Lookout that a large group of people they've talked to would welcome the idea of a viewing platform, but it doesn't say that we're building a viewing platform. It doesn't say what the viewing platform would look like. But if you want to do something up at the Lions Lookout, through public consultation, there is strong support for something like a viewing platform. I don't know if I've answered it or complicated it more.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor, I see your hand is still up. And before I go to Councillor Withey and Mayor Alcock, did you have something further you wanted to add to that before I venture
No,
forth?
I apologize, Chair Thompson. I hadn't lowered my hand. I will do now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't hear, did I get recognized, Councillor or Chair Thompson?
Yeah, you certainly did, Councillor.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Thank you for that. I concur with Deputy Mayor Alcock. It doesn't, and I think maybe there's a quick solution to this. What if we amended this motion to just say committee accepts and take out the words and adopts? Because those two words almost make it sound like everything in there is going to happen. And as Director Hernan has mentioned multiple times, it's a reference document, which I agree with. But the way that this is worded, where it says and adopts, it makes it look like what in there is ready to happen. So I would suggest if we just took out those two words, it doesn't change, in my opinion, the intent of what we're doing here with this document. I think we agree that this was, in my opinion, one of the best consultant documents I've ever seen, with a lot of great stuff in it. But if we accept it as the reference guide to be used in future development, I think we take out and adopts. Then we sort of get that out of there and stop people wondering if that's what's going to happen definitively. That I would like to see that amendment, please.
Before we go further, did you have anything to respond to that, Director Herman?
No.
No? Okay. Mayor Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll second the motion to remove the word adopt and step with accept, but I also want to go on record as telling the people from the community garden that every time we talk about the community garden doesn't mean that we're pulling the roots out and moving it tomorrow. So the community garden, if it ever moves, will not be moved until you're well aware of what's going to be moved. Enough said.
Crystal, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Now that you have a mover and seconder, you do have a motion on the floor, so I'll pull that up if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I'll read this. Moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Mayor Terziano. It is recommended that committee accepts the waterfront strategy design brief dated December 2021 as attached to Ops 2022-3 created by the Planning Partnership as a reference guide, which we'll use in future development of the Huntsville waterfront. Now, Crystal, am I assuming that this is an amendment then?
Yes, Chair Thompson. So this amendment would just be to remove and adopt.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So we're going to vote on this then.
Yes, if there's any discussion around it, and if not, then I would recommend calling the question.
Okay, any discussion with regards to the amendment? I don't see any hands going up. Do you see any hands, Deputy Clerk?
No, I don't see any hands.
Okay, the only reason I say that, committee, and I apologize, is because not everything shows up on my screen at any one time. So anyway, you heard the amendment. All those in favor? And once again, I'm going to count on you, Deputy Clerk, to give me a number on this.
Yeah, the motion carries. And if you could just call the question on the main motion as amended.
Okay. So we'll go back to the main motion as amended. All those in favor? And once again, I see one hand, and that would happen to be Councillor Fitzgerald. Deputy Clerk, are there others?
I can confirm that that the motion carries.
Okay, okay, thank you. All those, any opposed? Okay. Thank you. So that's that for me then, Mayor Terziano. So I guess you can move on to, or Colin, did you have a comment? I see your screen lit up. Before we move on? No? Okay. Mayor Terziano, that looks like that's all for me. So it's back to you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I think with that, it's 1:45. I think we should take a lunch break because we still have quite a bit of agenda left. So let's say we will meet back at 1:15. Does that work for everyone? 1:15 back on? Great, thanks. Everybody get some lunch? Good. Just missing a couple still, including the deputy mayor who has to take over the next portion of the meeting, so. There she is. Crystal, are we back live?
Yes, we are live.
Okay, great. I will I will turn the meeting over to Deputy Mayor Alcock for the development services portion. And it's up to you whether you want to wait for Councillor Fitzgerald or not, but I will hand over the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think that I see Councillor Fitzgerald. He's still not quite there. I think we can start by the time we've read the first motion. I'm assuming he'll be back with us. So, Crystal, if I may, we have 4 items in the development services, and thank you. You read my mind. I actually had these motions on my laptop, but I've lost them. So there we go. I do have a motion regarding first the 6.4.1. I have a motion that has been moved by Councillor Withey, seconded by Councillor Thompson. It is recommended that staff be directed to prepare a bylaw to repeal taxi cab and limousine bylaw 2005-110 effective March 31st, 2022, and further that a voluntary vehicle for hire registry be established using the registration approval criteria contained in Appendix A to Staff Report Development 2022-2, to be administered by the Bylaw Department for the collection of required documentation and collection of fees, and further that the application fee for voluntary vehicle for hire registration be set at $100 per calendar year per vehicle registered, and further that the fees and charges bylaw 2021-88 be amended as attached as Appendix B to Report Development 2022-2 and be forwarded to Council for final approval. And with that, I will turn it over to our Chief Bylaw Officer, Mr. Stiller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to outline or highlight the report a little bit, currently the taxi limousine bylaw requires the registration for vehicles, drivers, and the broker or the owner of the taxi company. Now, over the past several years, even decade, if you want to say, the taxi industry has changed tremendously. What has changed is the delivery of the service and the platform. So no longer do you have to pick up a phone, use your cell phone, and call a number. You can do all that right on your phone now. Order a taxi, pay for it, see a picture of the person who's coming to pick you up, and you know exactly how much you're paying because it's prepaid, if you will. Excuse me. What a lot of municipalities are doing to license those types of on-demand services, if you will, is they are enacting and passing what's called the TNC bylaw, otherwise known as the Transportation Network Companies. Some municipalities have gone so far as to include other types of businesses, such as tow trucks within that. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. It was pretty thorough report. So maybe they, and if there are any questions, maybe they were in the report, but I will ask committee if there are any questions. And I see her worship has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I might have missed it because, as you said, it was a thorough report. It was a big report, but I'm still confused. Is this, you talk about repealing the taxi license and fees. Are you suggesting we no longer have taxi cab companies in town?
Through you, Madam Chair, to your worship, no, I'm saying that we offer them a voluntary registry so that they can register their vehicles with the municipality. We would no longer license drivers and we would no longer license brokers. What that does is it allows a person in the community to look up which vehicles have been registered, even though the vehicles are already safetied, and that information is relayed to insurance companies. Insurance, of course, is already required by law, but it's not so much as we're not allowing them. This could allow for more.
So
I'm assuming there's a follow-up to that.
Yeah, so further to that, we would still have taxi companies. It's just that we wouldn't be enforcing a lot of the rules that we do now. And they wouldn't be paying licensing fees.
Through you, Madam Chair. So we would not be licensing the brokers or the owners of the companies or the drivers. But again, that voluntary registry for the vehicles. And I'm sorry, I missed the last part of your question there.
No, I think you've got it. I guess my problem is I'm not really seeing the positive in this. I'm seeing more drivers without anybody making sure that they're safe drivers or their vehicles are safe. I'm seeing more enforcement required, but not having enforcement to do enforcement. I'm sorry. I'm really having a hard time seeing the positive in this, and maybe I'm missing something. Maybe you can help me with that.
Andrew, if I may follow up, I think maybe in your note there's some clarification around why the necessity of doing this, because it appears that we're kind of throwing out the baby with the bathwater in some respects. But maybe I'm wrong. To answer her worship's question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So we may be throwing out the water, but definitely not the baby. So we're almost deregulating it, but we still want to offer a form of regulation to the public so that they know when they call a cab company or order a vehicle through their phone, that if the vehicles are registered, that the vehicles have been safetied and they're insured. The drivers are checked by the broker or the owner of the companies, regardless of if it's a local cab company in town or, for lack of a better term, the Uber and Lyfts out there. A criminal record check is required by those companies.
But the difference being this is voluntary, where right now it's required.
That is correct.
Oh, okay, thank you. Councillor Withy, you've had your hand up for a bit, followed by Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. This is a bit of a head scratcher to me too. I'm not understanding why I'm seeing the word voluntary everywhere. I'm thinking that if we're going to try to let the community know that we're on top of this, how does the voluntary component part work? And just a sec, I just sort of lost my thought there. Let me just scroll to this. So do we actually have Uber and Lyft in our community now? And I know that if we had, we likely would have heard from our cab companies about what are we going to do about this. As you know, it's caused some issues with employment and things like that around the cab business. this is, I mean, oh my gosh, Andrew, you went to town on this. Like, this is, this is a lot of words, which also has me a little concerned, I guess. I mean, you did a great job, but it's very confusing to me because I'm not understanding that we're taking away, we're not licensing the companies themselves. We're not licensing the drivers themselves, which I understand, which I never understood that part. So you want to make sure that there's general liability on these cars through these companies, but can anyone set up their own private, like, I'm going to use my car and I know there's a big event somewhere and I'm going to put it on Facebook that I'll pick up people and drive them around. It sounds to me like that could happen. And I can tell you a lot of these drivers, even the Uber drivers that I've used in the city, they might have a liability policy through Uber, but their insurance company on their own vehicle has no idea they're using them for these purposes. And that to me is scary, quite frankly. But anyway, it's just coming what you've got here. But those are my struggles. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Councillor Withey. The last bit of your commentary kind of faded out a little bit. But I think, Andrew, did you want to respond to some of what Councillor Withey pointed out? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as it relates to the voluntary aspect of the vehicles, basically it'd be in the best interest of the company to do that. And then as for your question about the Ubers of the world, there is a company out of Peterborough where the owner of the company has the app, very successful in Peterborough, wanting to move to Huntsville, familiar with the area, has family in the area, and for lack of a better term, is just itching. He's called me twice this week already. So he would be looking to come to Huntsville for that. And your comment about the insurance, I've spoken with great length with this person, and the way he explained it to me was, if you're going to do this rideshare, Uber sort of thing, you need to call your insurance company and tell them that when you're working, you're going to be using your vehicle and you'll be covered under the company or the business insurance, which I don't understand how that works. That's more of your realm. But he did say it will cost the driver under their personal insurance policy a few dollars more per month to do that switch over, if you will. And that's how it was explained to me.
Oh, thank you for that. Before Councillor Withey, unless you wanted to respond, you look a bit frozen.
Frozen.
Yeah. So I at this point, I'm going to, you know what I think? Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is just the first step into moving into an Uber type system, using apps, etc. I think in Andrew's report, he talks about taxi companies not being able to get taxi car drivers. And there's a high demand for vehicles to be used. So I think this is the first step in an Uber program. Correct, Andrew? And those people have to want to put the car in the Uber is going to have to pay the $100 volunteer or the price to drive their car in the Uber program.
Andrew.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, it is going to open it up to new companies possibly coming to Huntsville. And as you indicated, the report does say that, and I'll just say it, the hardest part and hardest thing that these companies right now have in Huntsville is finding a body to sit in the vehicle to actually drive it. There's a big turnover of drivers for one reason or another, and it is, in my opinion, the most challenging aspect of the taxi company is finding a person to sit in that vehicle to drive.
So in a way, if we're looking at this, you're opening it up to possible Uber drivers or businesses coming in, and in doing that, you're trying to make the playing field level for all potential. Is that another way of looking at it?
Yes, Madam Chair, you could look at it that way. And the other sort of side of me is thinking, I'm surprised that there is no one here already in a rideshare business. You know, Uber's been around since 2009, and maybe in the summertime when our population expands, might be more of an opportunity for someone else to come as another company or a rideshare company.
Okay, thank you for that. Your worship.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Andrew, I did some Googling. Apparently, the city of Toronto has had this for some time, but they put a pause on the issuing any more vehicle for hire licenses. And as I read through it, I was trying to figure out exactly what their problem was, but they have paused it. You said you consulted with Bracebridge and Gravenhurst. Bracebridge still seems to have taxi companies. I can't see anything on their website about vehicles for hire. So I'm wondering, when you consulted with them, are they actually doing this, and are they doing it in conjunction with taxi cabs or instead of taxi cabs? And I guess lastly, you say you've consulted with like a place like Gal's Taxi and Independent Taxi. What's their take on this? Do they want to see their taxi cab companies fold up and be replaced by volunteer drivers, or?
Andrew.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. So Bracebridge has done this as well, and so has Gravenhurst. They've repealed their taxi bylaws and instituted a voluntary registry for a vehicle for hire. I did speak with the chief bylaw enforcement officer in Bracebridge, and it's been about a year that they've done this now, and they have had no vehicles registered. And again, that is a voluntary thing. I have spoken to both local cab companies in the past, and one is very adamant that this bylaw needs to be repealed. The other cab company, and again, it was about a year ago, I think, when Bracebridge did it, was interviewed and quoted as he was worried it was going to turn into the Wild Wild West. So he is not in favor of this. So it's what one agrees, the other one doesn't, and that's how the cab companies locally feel.
To follow up on that, so Andrew, those were our local cab companies who you consulted with, and that was over a year ago. Have you consulted with them about this particular proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So recently, just a matter of a few months ago, I did speak with the one company, and they are still adamant that they want this bylaw repealed, dismissed. I can't remember the word that he used. But the other cab company was only about a year ago when I spoke to them, and they were adamant that he was worried it was going to turn into the Wild Wild West again. So
what do you think there'd be value in consulting with them on this particular proposal, or?
Well, they were both aware at the time I spoke to them of the proposal, of the thought and ideas to do this. So nothing has changed in the year since I spoke to the one owner of the cab company here in Huntsville.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stone.
Thanks. Yes, so very confused about this whole thing. So we're okay with not continuing to license cabs anymore through a cab company. And we're offering this now for $100. You can get a license to be an Uber driver. What do I get for my $100? You're telling me that I've already got my insurance and I'm already dealing with a company that owns the app to actually do the work. What do I get for my $100, and why would I do it?
Andrew.
All right, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Stone. So what do you get for the $100? You get your vehicle registered with the town on a portion of our business licensing portion of the website, so that you as a consumer could go and look and say, oh, look, certain cab company has 10 vehicles for hire and listed, and they're been safety, they're insured, and I know I'm okay to do or call that particular company or use your phone to get a vehicle for hire.
Okay.
on the contrary to that, if, I think you made reference to the fact that there hadn't been any voluntary applications in Bracebridge, was that right?
Yes, that is correct. That's correct, Madam Chair.
So the corollary question might be, does it matter to us if they don't sign up?
So, Madam Chair, to answer your question, either way, it ultimately is going to fall on the public, the person who requires or is in need of transportation. They're the one that's going to benefit the most from the registry.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, now I am going to Director Maxwell first before I go back to, actually, I will go to Councillor Weed because he hasn't spoken before, and followed by Mayor Terziano. So Kirsten, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I thought it just to, it might be beneficial if Chief Bylaw Officer Stiller could just highlight perhaps some of the issues we have with enforcement as the bylaw stands now, and how the rationale behind imposing a bylaw like that in the first place has changed somewhat over the last few years, and further that we don't want to regulate something that's being regulated by another level of government, because then that would be a bit, it just ends up being a bit much. And I think that that's part of the thought behind repealing the bylaw.
Thank you for that. Anything you would like to add to that, Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So as Director Maxwell has indicated, there's a few different difficulties in trying to enforce the bylaw. One of the things is the safety, and it is required every year for a vehicle that is on the road or for a new vehicle that is being put on the road. Now, when a new vehicle comes, it comes safety. They send the information, so that the cab company sends the information to their insurer so that it gets added to their policy. Now, when a vehicle has been on the road for a few years, the owner of the cab company will do it either in the fall when they have the tires switched over, or in the spring when the tires are switched over as well. The biggest difficulty, I would say, is not getting the vehicle information or the broker information. It's the drivers. Some of the drivers that I'm aware of in the past, work 7 days a week because they're shorthanded, and they generally work anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a shift. I have gone to the taxi stand, spoken with the dispatcher in the past. They would get on the radio and call the driver and say, "Andrew's standing here. He's looking for your paperwork." "Oh, right. Geez, I forgot. I'll go right after I'm done. I'll go to the police station and get my criminal record check started." Fine. Get busy during the day, work a little late. The local detachment of the OPP is closed, and then they forget the next day as well. So I go back in a couple weeks as another reminder. And even when, I guess you could say COVID started, the OPP station was closed to the public. You could only access it through calling in, and they weren't doing criminal record checks over the phone. That was a big hurdle for the drivers. Being in a small town, if you know the person, word travels fast. If you've ever done something wrong, you're going to know about it, especially as a business owner. And I felt that that was part of it, where if the when the OPP station was closed to the public, if the owner of the company said, "Okay, we're just going to have to wait and give him some time to get it done," maybe they knew him personally, maybe he was a friend of a friend. So I basically had to wait, or take the word of the taxi broker, the owner of the company's word, to say, no, he's okay. He hasn't done anything wrong. I've spoken to him, had a talk with him, so on and so forth. And it's just really difficult to get that official paperwork in to see. When Director Maxwell talks about other agencies already doing things, MTO, when a safety is done, it is filed with the MTO. And an MTO or OPP officer does have the authority and ability to pull over a vehicle. And if they have the proper training to inspect that vehicle on the spot. That even includes, crawling underneath of it and checking for various mechanical issues. Just trying to think of what else there is.
Okay, while you're thinking, I think that was fairly extensive. I'm going to ask her worship if she'd like to pose the question. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Wiebe. I said you were next.
Thank you,
How
Chair Alcock.
quickly I forget. Oh.
No problem. Thank you. Really quickly, I guess I look at this as the same way I view the Airbnb issue, where it's in a way it's kind of inevitable, and people tend to, as the internet goes and as the ability for apps to pop up, it seems inevitable that this would come up. In that, the question I have is, do we know if there are people operating sort of on the side private cabs, as Councillor Withey had mentioned, just put an ad on Facebook or what have you, and they would just kind of do their own thing on the side? Again, it harkens back to the early days of Airbnb, where people just, there's no formal process, there's no license, there's no inspections. They just thought, hey, I've got some space, I'll rent it out. It's easy as can be on the internet. So the question is, do we know of any private kind of off-market activities?
Andrew?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Wiebe. So other than maybe the possibility of a neighbor giving another neighbor, a friend, a ride to the grocery store, I have been made aware in the past by one of the local cab companies who found an ad on Kijiji, and they basically messaged the person, actually gave them the address of the taxi stand and requested they pick them up and take them somewhere. When the person actually arrived, and they did, the owner of the taxi company explained to him that what he was doing was wrong. He needed to be licensed. He, in fact, was licensed. And what this person who showed up was doing was actually against the bylaw. And they actually managed to get his name. They took photos of him and his vehicle, and I sent him, this gentleman, a letter basically saying, you need to cease and desist or work for one of the local cab companies. And that's about the only one I've ever heard of.
Thank you for that. Your worship.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew, I guess I think Bracebridge should tell us a little bit of the story, in that for a year they haven't had anybody come ahead and get a voluntary license. So we may be facing the same thing. Is there a scenario where cab companies continue to operate and be licensed as cab companies, and we try the volunteer for hire in addition to that, or does a scenario like that not work?
Through you, Madam Chair, it could work if you want to license the broker or the owner of the company and still have them provide paperwork to the town for the vehicles, and possibly not charge a fee for those vehicles to be registered or licensed through the town. Yeah, we could always try something like that.
Like I mean, if I go out for a couple of drinks one night and need a ride home, I'm not about to peruse the town website to find out who's registered on it before I make a call. So I'm not sure $100 is going to do that cab driver much good. But I think we might be creating a problem where there isn't one. I get your point about the paperwork, but it almost seems to me like the onus of paperwork for people working for cab companies should be on them. And all we're doing is creating more headaches. Until such time as either the public comes before us or the cab companies come before us saying we have a problem, I'm not really ready to jump into this one. I can't really support it right now.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and we might circle back to that. We will circle back to that in a minute, but I am going to go to Councillor Armour, followed by Councillor Stone.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. Just we had this basically the same conversation yesterday at the Accessibility Committee about transportation in the town of Huntsville, and we talked more about our transit system and how people don't know when the bus is coming around, when it's going to arrive, etc. And we found out that they have the same issue with taxis, that you call for a taxi and it's 40 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour before the cab's even arriving. So I don't know if I'm looking at this from a different perspective, but I see this as an opportunity for Uber, for example. You go on the app, I think as Andrew said, you see the price, you see the driver, you see the time the vehicle is going to arrive. So that part I like. I'm not sure about the volunteer part. So I think that's where I'm getting confused.
Thank you for that. And Andrew, maybe if I could ask you to speak to why it is volunteer versus a requirement.
So I think that the thought behind it was, excuse me, if we make it mandatory, again, there's going to be a fee involved. Right now it's $250. So by giving a reduction to the cab company saying, we'd like you to register and it's only $100 if you do. And again, going back to the whole, the public aspect of it, and to just, if I could make a comment on the Mayor Terziano's comment about not perusing the website. No, absolutely not. I wouldn't think someone would do that. But if you have a cab company you have used in the past, generally you're going to stick with the same one. Some people do call both and kind of get an idea, as Councillor Armour indicated, as to the length of time it's going to take, and whoever can get there fastest is the one I'm going to take.
Thank you for that response. Councillor Stone.
Thank you. I think ultimately this is, it was through licensing and should be the way we look at it is through public safety. So the volunteer doesn't really speak to that issue. We license cab companies to make sure they're legitimate, the vehicles are safe, and the public can count on us to be the ones to check on them. So whether we let the licensing of cab companies go or not is one issue, but we do need to address the Uber, Lyft, and that type of ride and have public safety in mind. So in my opinion, those must be licensed, and that makes sense.
Okay, thank you for that. So I've read the motion, and I'm wondering, the comments have been all over. There's a lot of support for elements of it, for sure. And we do have to address the whole situation of lack of drivers, and filling that need, and the need that we actually do potentially have people who want to start Uber service in Huntsville. So I think, Andrew, your report does a lot to get to that. And using Bracebridge and Gravenhurst as a template is not bad also. There's and I'll speak for myself here, I think for some of us, it's hard to grapple with how it works. And we talked about leveling the playing field and dealing with an age-old institution like taxi services. So it's maybe further clarification is helpful, as you've been doing. So I don't know, Your Worship, you had proposed maybe an alternate vision as to what this might look like. I don't know if you want to pursue that as a possible amendment, or if you'd like to leave it for now.
I probably don't have an amendment. I just believe, based on Bracebridge, if we just repeal the taxi bylaw, we haven't done anything to necessarily make more rides available for the public, nor have we done anything to make them safer. So again, I think the question is, could the two run simultaneously for a year to see whether it works or not? And that sounds to me like a future report.
Okay, so Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, and I don't know if I even should be doing this, but I want a suggestion. What I'm hearing is there is some aspect of licensing, registering vehicles that I'm hearing from members of committee. What could be done is basically licensing the broker or the owner of the company, and at least getting the paperwork from them for the vehicles, but not charging a fee. We would charge one fee to operate as a broker within Huntsville. And I say that because right now the current bylaw does limit the number of vehicle licenses to 20. The number of driver licenses is unlimited. So you could have 40 people working for you, but only have the 10 cars. So maybe what I'm suggesting is we do away with the limit of vehicles. Again, no limit on drivers, but we license the broker, the owner of the company. That way we could ask for, vehicle safeties and insurance without the registration fee involved with it.
That all sounds like quite good practical advice. I'm wondering though, I feel like we're sort of discussing how the policy might work here at the committee table. And I don't know if maybe I'm being presumptuous, and I know I'll be corrected by any member of the committee, but maybe we're asking to have you spend a little more time on trying to work out some of these nuances to fulfill both needs, right? And so I think if that's the request, and it certainly you've already put your head around it. I think to give you more time to respond to that and then bring it back for further consideration. Does that, I'm looking for a nod of heads. Would that be a good idea? I'm seeing a couple. And Her Worship, Councillor Stone, followed by Mayor Terziano.
Given everything that's been said here, I would move that we defer this till next month.
Okay, that motion. And is there a seconder for that motion? Yes, Mayor Terziano.
Actually, I wondered if, and maybe Crystal could weigh in, I wonder if this is, rather than postpone to next month, if this is something we could just table, and then once Andrew is ready to bring back, might be this one or something different, he would bring it back. I don't think it's of such an urgent nature that we have to say get it done by next month, but could we just table it?
Yeah, I see Crystal. Yay.
Through you, Chair Alcock. That is certainly an option if you'd like to table the report. The other option would be to postpone it and with specific direction on what you're looking staff to come back for. So I was hearing some information on addressing committee's desires to continue to regulate vehicles, as well as allowing for more vehicles to be present. So we could do it either way. If you'd like to table it, that's absolutely appropriate. And I would just have to defer to Mr. Stiller if he has the information he needs, if he did want to table it.
Andrew, do you feel like you've got enough direction from this discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the comments made by the Deputy Clerk, I believe I do. What I'm hearing is there is some sort of registration or licensing that they're looking for. And what that involves in paperwork that would be given to myself, the bylaw department, pertaining to vehicles that are owned by a broker or the owner of the company.
Yeah, I think that covers it. I'm seeing a couple of heads nodding. I need some direction here as to whether we table it or defer it. What was the alternate? Defer it or Crystal?
We could defer it, but I'm hearing that the mayor is looking to table it so that just a whole new report could come forward at a later date.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Do I need a motion? I guess I need a motion moved by I need a motion moved by Your Worship. Yep, you're on mute, or are you doing something? All right, so you're willing.
I'm just saying I so move, yes.
Okay, you so move.
I'll second.
All right, seconded by Councillor Stone. And are you putting that up on the screen? There we go. Thank you, Crystal. I do have a motion moved by Mayor Terziano, seconded by Councillor Stone. It is recommended that report number development 2022-2 taxi cab and limousine licensing bylaw be tabled. Okay, if I could see everybody, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor. And that carries Thank you very much for that full discussion and for stirring it up, Mr. Stiller.
Well, thank you, everyone, for the discussion. It's always welcomed, and the ideas and thoughts of the members.
Good. Thank you. All right, with that, you're not leaving us, Andrew, and I'm going to move to item number 6.4.2. And we do have a motion. So it has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. It is recommended that committee approve the amendments to parking bylaw 2017-66 attached as Schedule 1 to Report Development 2022-11, and further that the bylaw be forwarded to Council for approval. And over to you, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This report is a repeat of a report that was done last year. The need for the repeat or this new report is streetscape. Construction stage 4 did not occur in 2021, where we did have a plan laid out to restrict parking for the necessity of traffic flow. As I've indicated in the map here, showing Caroline Street, Lawrence Street, Minerva Street, and the detour that will be created to go around Main Street from Center to Lorne. So again, this is just to restrict the parking, to keep traffic flowing, and this will be the detour once again for stage 4 of streetscape.
Okay, fairly straightforward. Thank you for that. Are there any questions? Councillor Withey. And followed by Mayor Terziano.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. I just wanted to thank Andrew for making this report really short and understandable.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
I can see he appreciates those comments. Thank you very much. Mayor Terziano.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I just, the report says this goes to July 31st. The bylaw says it goes to December 30th, 2022, or until streetscape is done. I'm just wondering, should they be consistent, the dates?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think the dates was just a bit of an oversight, but it should read until July 31st or until the project is completed, not December 30th of 2022.
Okay, thank you for that. That doesn't change our existing motion. I don't think it was contained within the report. Thank you, CAO Corey. That's helpful. All right, are there any other questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor. There we go. Thank you. That's good. And that carried.
2 minutes and done.
Thanks very much, Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Today. I just have a quick question. I don't know if Councillor Thompson has been bounced, if he's no longer with us, or if I should be waiting for him to return. Maybe not. Just wanted to put it out there that I'm not seeing him. So I will look to our clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Thompson did have to step away around 2 o'clock, and he just wasn't sure if he'd be able to come back.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm glad I checked though. All right, with that, we'll move to 6.4.3 and go over to you, Director Maxwell, and we do not have a motion attached to this report.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. This report is just to provide committee with an update on where things stand with the town's plan to move forward with the climate adaptation and mitigation plan. We are right now just finishing off the risk and vulnerability assessment phase of the plan, which would be hopefully completed by the end of March. And then we'll move into adaptation planning, and so that we would have a plan available for presentation to council by December. And I'm here for any questions if you have any.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions? Seeing none, I have one quick question, and I'm curious. So the first phase you're hoping to finish by the end of March, and once that's done, you're coming back to council by the end of the year. So December, it'll be the new term before. So really, this council probably won't have a chance to see how the potential rollout might be.
Unfortunately, yes, I fear that that will be the case because we were able to get into this program with ICLEI through the district. It's structured really well so that we will have a really good plan by the time we get there, because we had to start almost from scratch in creating a climate action plan. But yes, at this time, with the timeline is such that it would be done in December.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the update. With that, then I will go to agenda item now 6.4.4, and it is back to you, Director Maxwell, with respect to report number development 2022 community wayfinding strategy next steps. And we do have a motion attached to this. And I believe, oh, Crystal.
Chair O'Clock, just before I share my screen, the mover was Councillor Thompson.
Okay.
Just looking for a different mover.
I see Councillor Fitzgerald had his hand up in a hurry on that.
And sorry, may I ask for clarification on one more item?
Yes.
Chair O'Clock, will you remain in the chair for this item?
Sure. Sure. Now that I know Councillor Fitzgerald is moving the item.
Okay, I'll share my screen now.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Withey. It is recommended that the wayfinding strategy as attached to report development 2022-12 and the recommendations contained therein be accepted, and further that wayfinding signage be installed pending budget considerations for each circuit as outlined in the strategy, starting with Circuit A. Over to you, Kirsten.
Thank you, Chair Alcott. My apologies. He's been quiet all day, and now that I'm talking, he's barking.
That always happens.
It always happens. The wayfinding strategy that was presented to Council in the fall is quite complex and has a lot of detail and different aspects to it. And so what I'm proposing now would be that we will go through the community branding project, hopefully starting that imminently. And then once we have a design selected for what the signs should look like, we would go through and do an RFP for implementation. And then if there were any problems that came up or anything along the way, we would definitely come back to committee for input. Part of the issue that we have right now is because we don't know how big the signs will be or what they'll look like, it's really hard to come in and say, let's cut down and we'll only do a quarter of the signs that have been proposed. We really need to see what the sign is going to look like before we move on to the next step. But in going through the strategy, Circuit A is the circuit that leads to the downtown core, the Summit Center, Lookout, all those areas. They're really, I feel, the most important areas for the town right now to try and direct people to. So that's why I propose that we start with Circuit A. And as noted in the report as well, if there are any grants available, we will make sure that we apply and try to get some of those costs offset through this process. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions? Yes, Mayor Terziano, followed by Councillor Stone.
Sorry about all my questions today, but so I have no problem with the resolution and I have no problem with the process. What I have concerns with is the timing. And the report says that we're going to do community branding, which I believe it says we will complete in the spring of 2022, and then go out and start issuing an RFP to get some signs made. Wayfair signage has been on our agenda for about 4 years now, and I don't want to waste 3 more months waiting for branding in order to get the rest of this project done. When we get our brand in the spring of 2022, I would like the only thing that we have left to do is order the signs, add the picture, whatever it may be. I'm not even sure we need to do community branding at this stage, to tell you the truth, but the thing is we're just going to sit on a report that we've had now for about 2 to 3 months while we wait for a branding strategy. And I'm not a fan of wasting any more time before we start getting some signs in the ground. I would like to see signs in the ground by May or June. So I want to see something move quicker in that respect, which doesn't change the resolution. And the other piece is the streetscape grant that we just got. Part of that is going to be for wayfinding. So there's probably a date on that that says we have to have this done by in order for some of this signage to be eligible for part of that grant. And I don't know what that date is, but I bet you Julia could let us know what that date is.
Julie, are you with us? Yes, you are.
I believe it's so that the street or the Fednor one, I believe it's to the end of 2022.
Is it? Okay. Anyways, I don't want to be meeting as a council in June and saying, here's our brand now. Should we start moving ahead with our signs? I just think we've wasted another half year.
And Council, I wanted to follow up on that, but Councillor Stone, you were first and I'm sitting in the chair's position,
Well,
so I'm supposed to go to you.
All I wanted to say is that I truly agree. You know, this has been on the books. We wanted to do this for a decade now. We finally got it before us. It needs to happen very quickly. And we have some money from the feds, which we're going to use. And I'm asking the question, the MAT funds that we collect can be used for this as well. And are we going to do that? And do we know how much?
I'm going to throw that one to Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Chair Alcock. We can use MAT funds for the signage project, absolutely. It's for this year's budget, we've budgeted $60,000 specifically. It was a bit of a placeholder because we didn't have a plan in place for implementation yet, but it's something that we can review as the year goes on to see how much may be available.
Thanks.
Okay. Your Worship.
And just further to that, the whole idea of funding, believe it or not, finally on a project isn't probably going to be our issue. With the streetscape grant and with our MAT dollars being eligible, I don't think the cost of the signage is going to be our big issue. I think the number of signs and where they're going to be placed is a decision that we could work on right now and come to a conclusion on. Because even if we just follow the report, this council may sit down and say, that's way too many signs. We're not going to sign our town to death. So I think it's important that we get the locations specified and look at the small picture. When you say circa day, we're not looking at the whole town, but look at the specific spots and make sure we like those spots and make sure we like the number at the end of the day. And all that we could be working on at the same time as the branding's done. And that's all I want to do is keep moving it forward.
If I may, I'd really like to echo those comments. I feel like we've, as the mayor alluded to, we've been talking about wayfinding for two terms, actually. And so it was great having a strategy. It's a big, long report. Again, there are a lot of things that we could move on. I'm really happy that you suggested we might start with Circuit A. I do have a question, a quick one about, I think we could be moving forward if we have the capacity within our corporation to have someone who's coordinating this and moving forward. That would be good to know. I'm not sure the need to marry it with the branding at this point, unless I'm missing something, Director Maxwell. Is there something you think the branding might impact the decision about moving forward with Circuit A?
Thank you. I have only been involved in this project for a little while, but I think when the branding was originally proposed, it was in 2017 or 2018. thoughts around it were that we would be consistent and have the same look and messaging for all of the town facilities and areas that both tourists and our residents would use, so that the formal corporation logos and signage would be separate from all of the more public facilities. And I think that was where we were trying to get with this, was that we wanted to make sure that all of our signage is going to be consistent moving forward, and we're going to have a theme running through everything, so that we know, and this off the top of my head, that parks would all have one look to them, whereas rec centers might have another thing, like a small difference between them, so that someone could look at a sign and see if it's not by color or by font or whatever it is, that that's the type of facility that they were looking for as well. And I think that was where we were trying to get, was that we would have everything in place so that we could move forward, and that for the next 10 years, every sign we put in, we know what it's going to look like, we know where it's going to go, and we know what we need to prepare. The location of the signage, there is a significant number of signs proposed in the strategy, and that is the next step, is to make sure that when we know what the signs look like, how many, the size of the sign has to be determined based on how many areas we're pointing someone to, but also whether or not we want to direct people to those areas moving forward. And that's where the branding would come into play as well. So that's why I recognize that we don't want to waste time with this either. And it has been several years that we've been working on it, but we were anticipating the branding would be done relatively quickly, within 2 or 3 months. And then the signs would be able to go in at the end of the summer.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. That sounds good. So who's spearheading this internally? Is this a committee, or is it just a single individual? And are you spearheading it, Director Maxwell?
For the community branding project would be marketing and economic development, and obviously myself at that point as well. And then once we had that finished, it would be an informal working group dealing with the installation of the signs, because we need to make sure parks and ops are both involved, so that we're able to put signs where we think they should go, and that there aren't any other considerations that we'd be missing.
So that informal working group, has it been created?
No, not yet.
So that could be something, in order to move this along quickly, that could be created like ASAP in preparation for the final results from branding. Is that possible?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, are there any other questions? I'm not seeing any, so I have read the motion. I believe I read the motion, didn't I? So yes, I'm seeing 1 or 2 nods. Yes, you did. So I am going to call the question. All those in favor of this motion? And that carry, all those opposed? I don't see any opposed. At least I'm not seeing them. So that carries. Thank you very much, Director Maxwell. And with that, I believe we have finished with the development services section.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Thanks actually to all chairs today for a great job done. So we have one more invited and ceremonial presentation today, and I have a resolution to suspend the rules of procedure for that. I need a mover and seconder for that. Deputy Mayor Alcock and Councillor Armour. It is recommended that the rules of procedure relating to debate and speaking limits be suspended for agenda item 7.2, and further that they be reinstated at the conclusion of this matter. Fine resolution, I think we suspend them all the time with the number of times we talk, but all in favor? That carries. Oops. Maybe that means we can only talk once instead of multiple times. Okay, we have Heather Gibbons, I believe, here from Duncan Ross Architect to share some drawings and highlights for us. There's Heather. Heather, thanks for being here, and Tanya's with us, and I think Chris Nagy's with us as well. So, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Terziano. I'm just going to start off by doing a little overview before Heather and Chris get into the drawings. And I'm just going to read my notes so I keep on track, because I know it's late and everybody's getting tired. So, okay, so on behalf of the Town Hall Working Group, Heather Gibbons from Duncan Ross's office, Chris Nagy and myself are here today to present the first draft of the interior design concepts for the Town Hall building. Jason Fisher, Crystal Peroshi, and Lisa Smith are also present with us in case questions arise in their area. So this is a first look at the interior designs. We are not looking for a motion today on the interior designs. This is an opportunity for everybody to have a look at them, give us their feedback, comments, questions. The Town Hall Working Group is just looking for all information. And then what will happen is in February, we will come back with a full report and our final recommendation for consideration. So I'm just going to start off by providing a bit of background because I know it's been a while. So in 2016, the Clerk's Department brought a report. The report was strictly on the council chambers and the issues that was going on with the chambers at that time. And as a result, council at the day struck a working group with 3 members of council and 3 staff members to determine the future of the council chamber and the possible location. So the working group recommended the chambers be relocated to the current Club 55 area. And that was tabled. So as a result of that report, the Community Services Department requested a structural review of the building. And a second working group was struck. And the direction at that time was to the working group was to look at the whole building in its entirety, not just the chambers. So where are we? In January of last year, council directed the working group to procure an architect, Duncan Ross's office. So for 2 things, the design of the front exterior steps. As you know, they are degrading. So that was one that committee had high on their list. And the second one was to look at the interior of the building. In the interior of the building, we were to look at 3 areas. So 1, the accessible barriers, 2, the sustainability for the HVAC systems, and 3, departmental needs, all departmental needs. So as you may recall, last April, Heather came and she presented some design concepts for the front exterior steps. And we did not ask committee for a motion at that time. And the reason why we didn't was because we knew the interior design drawings might potentially have an effect on what those stairs in that area will all look like. So we wanted you to just have a first blush, have a look at it, and then we were going to hold till we came back with this one. So interestingly enough, I was looking at old drawings. So the building opened in 1926. And at that time, only in the building was a utilities room, a post office, a police office, a fire hall, an auditorium, a council chambers courtroom, and judge's office, and an armory. And the only staff office was the clerk. So I can't imagine being the only staff member back then. Anywho, in 1988 and in 2005, the town hall did conduct some renovations. However, some of the issues still remain today. So in 2005, when council expanded with the theater and its purpose to host theatrical and community events, and it has been, I think we can all say, such a great asset to the community and very well used non-COVID times. But unfortunately, when the theater was built, it didn't add more footprint onto the town hall. We were still remaining with the same footprint. So when the working group was struck, the council chambers was the only focus in that report. We noted all of the challenges of the room at that time, including size and shape, staircase, ceiling height, security, all of that in 2016. And I know we haven't been able to meet in person, which is very frustrating for all of us at this time. And I'm sure we all look forward to getting back together in our council chambers again, where we can all meet and have the community groups in for invited presentation, the hockey teams, all what we used to do during that time. So we currently have the front exterior steps in the 222 budget. And I believe CAO Corey or Director Babineau may provide some more information on this at the end of our presentation. I'm aware also of the water filling station, of course, Mr. Pilling stated at the beginning of this meeting, and the connection there between the water filtration station, the steps, the interior of the building, it all goes together. So as you probably remember, the roof is scheduled to be done in 2025, and in 2026 is our 100-year anniversary of the building. So we just felt it would be a great time at that time to do everything all at once. So it's not tomorrow, but it is coming quickly. So at the start, committee made it known to the working group their desire for the administrative offices to remain at 37 Main Street East. So that was our marching orders to do that. And we reviewed all of the areas of the building under the 3 objectives: remove accessible barriers, address sustainability for the HVAC system, and addressed all departmental needs. And are providing you today with 3 draft options showing each of the 3 floors for the 3 options. So a common denominator you will notice is that 1, the council chambers is not in the current location of today. So in all 3 options, the council chambers is not in the current location today. So that's 1. Second, the existing front staircase has been reconfigured to ensure staffing areas are secure in event of emergency. 3, the public washrooms on the 1st floor have been relocated. So after the presentation of the options and the review of the front steps, because I'm sure you'll want to see those again, council or committee show if they choose. We do have a few renditions of what Club 55 would look like as a council chambers, should you choose to want to see them. And with that, Mayor Terziano, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Heather and Chris. Thank you.
Go ahead, Heather.
Hello, everyone. It might be easiest at this point if I can share my screen with all of you. So I will do that now so we can go over all the floor plans. Okay, are you seeing the screen with all the floor plans?
Yeah, they're small.
Perfect. Okay, well, I will zoom in so you can see. So we will start with option 1 and level 1. So is that large enough that everyone can see?
Could be bigger.
Well, I'll do my best. I'll zoom in different areas. So option 1, level 1, in option 1, we have the council chambers on the 3rd floor. And we are using the existing Club 55 space for the finance department. Really, it was important in these different options with speaking with the working group to try to keep the departments more separated for, better function for the different departments, privacy, and for security. And also to ensure that there's a sound barrier between the departments and the desks and the theater group or the theater side. There's a lot of sound penetration there, so we wanted to make sure that there was a separation. So you can see here.
Sorry, Heather. Heather, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, but you know what? We really can't see. Now we can see a little bit, but it's really hard to see, and we can't even tell what floor you're on.
So I'm on level 1 now, and I'll speak to each level as I go through. I'm not sure how I can make it any larger, except for zooming in on different areas, unfortunately. These are the same floor plans that you also have that was attached to the report. So you can look at the same time at the report if that does help.
Okay.
So really, in option 1, level 1, we focus on putting the finance department with a counter in the Club 55 area. There isn't much other interventions happening on this level other than the IT department taking over the space with the server room. It's pretty straightforward on this level. I'll talk about the stairs when we get to the next level, so you can kind of get an idea of why we placed the staircase in that area. Option 1, level 2. In this level, we really wanted to focus on safely exiting people from the theater and people from level 2 and level 3 to this exit stair. Because currently in the building, when there's an emergency and everyone has to exit, the door between the theater and town hall opens and public can enter into the town hall area. So it was important to make sure to have that separation. So we had to basically redo the staircase and allow corridors to really separate theater and town hall space. In option 1, level 2, we are having both building and planning departments. So one side will be focusing on building and the other side planning. And we are maintaining the existing washrooms, but really this layout worked best for the working group. They really seem to think that having this separation for acoustics, for privacy, just would function better for the departments. And then option 1, level 3. In this option, we have the council chambers taking over one entire side of level 3. And then the other side, really, we're filling in with other parts of the department. And what's important about option 1 and option 2 is that we really are addressing, really removing barriers for accessibility. We'd be replacing the existing elevator with a lift. So we're removing corridors that don't fit barrier-free needs, replacing doors that are too small, and really trying to create larger open spaces that are more flexible for current use and what could be flexible for future use. So do you want me to now talk about option 2 before we get into any discussion?
Yep, go ahead, keep going.
Okay. In option 2, we're bringing council chambers from the 3rd floor down into the 1st floor. So council chambers could potentially have its own entrance from Main Street into this level, really to welcome people in. But other than that, the IT department and servers is still happening there. But really this creates a large open space accessible from street level for council. And then level 2 for option 2 actually is the same as option 1. It was a layout that worked really well. And so we decided to keep it the same. So really this allowed for anyone for building and planning could come from the back parking lot straight in to these departments without having to go up any elevators or stairs. And then option 2, level 3, we bring the finance department to the 3rd floor. So one entire side would be occupied by the finance department. And then similar to option 2, we have a layout for further departments. So talking about, sorry, I'll move that out of the way. These 2 options, we really wanted to focus on creating larger open spaces and removing offices around the exterior. This allows for daylight to penetrate more into the space, and having those lower cubicles and lower walls creates more ventilation. And yeah, it was just a focus on security, creating accessibility, and really these two options could allow easily for insulating the exterior wall in the event that we go in that direction. In terms of costing these two options, they'd be very similar considering their intervention level is around the same. It is very difficult for me at this time to give you a cost estimate just because inflation really has made it very difficult to cost things. To give you an accurate cost at this time, it would really be beneficial to get in a costing consultant or a contractor who is really in step with what's going on day by day with the market. But yes, level one, option one, and option two would be very similar in costing. So I don't know, Chris, if at this time you want to jump in and talk about level 3, and I can stop sharing my screen.
Sure, that's great, Heather. I really really appreciate you showing those two designs. As you pointed out, really those designs allow for, you know, the main offices to kind of be in that internal setting and allow natural light on both those both second floor and third floor, or vice versa, with finance being down there. So that's great. I'll share my screens to go over the third option.
Chris, if you can go over option 3 just in high level.
Yep.
I'm hearing from Councillor Kelly, your drawings are actually a bit easier to see, so it might be better. So keep going.
And the only reason that they may be easier to see is because I don't have the AutoCAD like Heather there. So
Yeah.
she did a great job. But yeah, if you can see these, they're just PDFs, and basically what we wanted to staff wanted to bring a design that kind of incorporates the existing layouts and existing floor plans and things like that. So this is level 1. With the council chambers being located again down in the basement, so similar to what Heather had presented previously. IT department remaining in the same spot, council chambers going into what was Club 55, kitchen remaining, and then a meeting room coming off the side of it. Second floor. So again, this is where it really changes. So we wanted to showcase something where the existing offices are all remaining around the perimeter wall. So where it says hub desk area, to kind of orientate everybody, that's the front entryway of town hall. So because we are looking at changing the staircase out and everything like that, and you know, the direction of the staircase, kind of starting from what would be the Algonquin Theater right here, creating a corridor and exiting out that staircase. This allows for this area to be open and potentially be utilized by what we're calling hub desks or satellite desks, that people that are working outside of town hall could actually come in, plug their computers in, and use printing aspects and a workspace and kind of that working at home aspect, right? So the biggest thing on second floor is in this area where the columns are and everything. Right now we have 3 fixed offices, and we'd suggest to remove those 3 offices and actually put in cubicles that would be able to be utilized by staff. Everything else, like I said, is remains the same. We have our storage room, marketing office is the exact same, HR or the offices that are being utilized by HR are, the same layout and everything like that. Third floor, again, the exact same. Counter is the same over here. This is new with this corridor accessing that stair, and that reflects back to what Heather was talking about with the security aspect. And right now, if there is an emergency, the Algonquin Theater is being used. This door is actually signed to assist with exiting, and you exit into the staffing area and go down the stairs this way. So because that is a security aspect from a committee, we said, no, let's continue this design through. All the offices on this level are the exact same, with the exception, because we've moved the council chambers to the basement, we're suggesting that this be utilized by office area where the where the seating is in the council chambers, that be reutilized and repurposed as a meeting room that comes off that's the double doors going into the council chamber. So creating a corridor into that space. So that's mainly it for the third option. To reiterate, at this stage, we aren't looking for any motions or anything like that, and we're planning on bringing all three options back next month with an actual report on our findings and everything. But it sounds like we'll definitely bring the PDFs to discuss so everybody can see it on their screens. And we're open to any comments or questions at this point. Tanya, did you want us to bring back up the front entryway options, or are we good for that right now?
That would be Mayor Troziano's call.
Okay.
Let's see what kind of questions we're looking at first, and
okay, sounds good.
We can do that if somebody requests. I could see Councillor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. On the council chamber on the first floor, is there not two large pillars in that area that block your view? And my second question is, did you look at putting council chambers on the second floor?
So through you, your worship, we did consider having council chambers or a different option on the second floor. The reason why we didn't propose that today is with the foot traffic that we see on a daily basis, we felt that it would be appropriate to continue to have building and planning on that level, because we do have they do see the most visitors and everything like that. So, and with the parking lot being at the rear of the building on that same level, it in committee's view, it made sense to continue that through. I do have a rendition that was previously proposed when we suggested that council chambers go down to Club 55 that I can share right now. So can you see that?
Yeah, and that shows the pillars were not a problem, I think.
Exactly, and that's what we wanted to kind of showcase. So, this was a suggestion on how to set up council, have the audience between the pillars and on each side of the pillar, so that they didn't become a visual obstacle. And I believe these desks in the back were probably going to be utilized by media. So, yeah.
Deputy Mayor Alcock.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Heather and Chris, for your presentation and comments. There's so much information here. I know it's sort of a bad part of the day to be doing it because everybody's really tired, and you can see all of the work that has gone into it. I do a quick comment. I really like the idea of the hub space, whatever you're referring to it. I'm assuming that is where you can have workstations or whatever people can go and then leave, that sort of thing. I think that speaks to the new reality of whether we have COVID or just the new work environment, people coming in and not necessarily needing their own office, whatever. So I like that. I confess I got a bit bogged down on how many offices there are versus workstations. I think, again, speaking to our new environment, workstations are probably more appropriate than offices. I know that's always not a whole lot of fun to implement, but I think that probably makes more sense, and it's good from a spatial perspective. I do have a general comment though, and for me, opening up the downstairs, the old Club 55 space, I know that we've often referred to that as the possibility of moving the council chambers into that space, and all of the good reasons for that. It's public, it's off the main street, so it's easily accessible, all of it. But there's another, from my perspective, I probably wouldn't be supportive of putting offices in that space, because I look at that as a very static use of what potentially could be a vibrant space in our community. And especially when it's associated with town hall and our theater and all of that. And I guess I wondered if the committee had considered other sort of more less static and more an animated use of that Club 55 space. And I'm kind of thinking of the library once had the annex used for meeting space for the community. We've had different community requests for free meeting space, maybe rotating art shows. I know that we use Partners Hall, but it's not, Partners Hall is used for business as well as the wall space. So I know our arts community and actually the festival have looked at having some sort of integrated active space within our community core, which would be our town hall. So I wondered if there had ever been any discussion around using that newly freed up space for that kind of purpose.
Okay,
So, yeah.
Chris, go ahead.
I was going to say, our direction from council was to kind of look at the town hall and look at it from a staffing standpoint, right? So, I don't think there's been any formally presentation or direction that it may be utilized as a community aspect or anything like that, such as an art gallery or anything. So, with the information that we've provided, that's why we've provided the drawings today. Not sure if Ms. Kalea would like to add anything to that, but really the designs that were showcased today were in response to the direction that our committee had. So, yeah.
Thanks for that, Chris.
Yeah.
Councillor Stone is next, and then Councillor Withy.
Thank you very much. I do agree with the Deputy Mayor that it would be wonderful and exciting to make Club 55 an active community hub for many different facets. And I would like to know if that's possible. As far as putting the chambers down there, those posts, is there not a big I-beam we can put in to get rid of those posts? Because I'm not happy with that. I don't like the fact that there's no tiered seating for the audience like we have right now. It doesn't look like there's a lot more seating at all. You could tell me, I don't know the number of seats that are shown in that drawing compared to what we have in council chambers right now. And very last question is, we're having staff work from home in many cases. And do we need as many offices as we're showing? I know you'd always want more, but so those are my comments and questions. I really want to know about those I-beams though, downstairs.
So I can, so through you, Your Worship, I can definitely comment. We have had an engineer look at potentially taking out those I-beams and things like that. The problem is the size of beam that would actually need to be put in there, and the cost, I think, would far outweigh the benefits to it, because no matter what, you have to bring those columns down somewhere else, right? So the factors that we have around that room is there's a clock tower that's, you know, on the roof, and that's at the front of the building. So a column to go down there and take the loads of the second floor and everything. Yeah, the I-beam going across and everything was it hasn't been designed as of yet, because this is the first time we're having those discussions. However, the engineer did note that you'd lose a ton of headroom in that area. So that wouldn't really benefit the tiered seating if you were looking at that either, right? So it's an older building. We kind of have to work with, what we got. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't think if we went down that road, it would actually be beneficial for that particular room to transfer those loads out to those exterior walls. So, yeah.
Councillor Withey?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I had to kick my daughter out of her office so I could use her computer. Mine wasn't cooperating, but I find this very difficult to this topic to deal with in this way. It's, it took me a long time to figure out where the front of the building was and those things. So I don't know if there's a way. I don't know how long we're going to be until we're back in person or something. I don't know the urgency of this, but there's a lot of stuff here to wade through on a little computer screen at the end of a long meeting, and I'm really having trouble with focusing on this. I mean, great work, Heather, Chris, everyone involved, but I can't figure this out. I think there's just so much going on here. I mean, I find myself counting meeting rooms. I find myself going, what the heck's going here? And what floor are we on again? And where the hell did the elevator go? And then I figured out it's not even in this drawing after a while. So anyway, if I could make a suggestion, can we have a special day with this when we're all able to hug each other again?
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure about the special day when we can hug again. I don't know how far in the future that's going to be, but one thing that I am going to suggest that before our next meeting, that packages are made up with all hard copies of the drawings in 11:17 format in color with as much detail as possible, including the other pictures that you've shown. Everything that we've shown on the screen today be distributed to council in 11:17 color drawings so that it is easier to follow along. We will do at least that. I don't know whether we can be in person, but we'll see how that goes. Councillor Thompson, you're next.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. And I like that idea as well. Your last suggestion there, that would be great. I just have a couple of comments, and at the risk of raising Tanya's ire here, I'm pretty darn happy with the council chambers we have now. I find that they're more than adequate in terms of the number of spectators or visitors that we might have, and on those special occasions when we do anticipate having more than the number that would be fitted into the present council chambers. I mean, we do have the Algonquin Theatre and maybe other venues as well we could use. But I really like the idea of, and this is not my original idea. I heard it from somebody else, and I won't tell you who that person was, but I like the idea of having sort of an art center if we finally got Club 55 in the frame of mind where they're okay giving up that space and moving to another, then I think we should jump at that. They've been very protective of that space over the years, but I think if at this point we have an alternative for them and they seem to be okay with that, great. But I would like to see that at least the option of turning that into an art center, a cultural center, or whatever. I think it ties in so beautifully with the Partners Hall and the Algonquin Theatre. It sort of puts all that in one building. And as we know, those of us that have been on council for any length of time, an art center or a cultural center, I mean, we've been kicking this idea around since I've been on council, and I don't want to confess to you many years that is, but it's been a while now. And so if this is an opportunity or an option for that, I would embrace that. I think at least embrace the idea of looking at that. I think that's something that I think has real merit, type of thing. I think there's so many positives going in that particular direction. So that's my 2 cents worth, Your Worship. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Weave.
Thank you, Worship. I think I liked your suggestion. I like to pour over the drawings too. I did before this meeting, but regardless, it was still difficult. It's still difficult to engage in a meaningful way. If we could also maybe with those packages get the existing layout in a hard copy to reference, because it's so much easier to go back and forth with what we know versus what's being presented. So that would be a nice bonus as well. And then I think to put Councillor Stone's comments about the chambers on the main floor, I was on the original committee, and I think the thought was to, rather than elevate the gallery, was to elevate where the council actually sits, so that you'd be easier to view. That way people in the audience would have a better view of what's happening, who's speaking, etc. And I think the capacity for seating was, if I'm not mistaken, not more than double with that new layout. So if we thought that capacity was too limited upstairs, I'm pretty sure the seating was going to more than double downstairs. Just a little bit of more context. Anyway, thanks.
I've got just a couple of comments as well, and it is a good question. Do we need a new council chambers? I know accessibility has been an issue, and I see within these drawings we're addressing the accessible use of that space by keeping offices in it, basically with a lift, and that could be an option if it remained a council chambers as well. So I guess the big question is, do we need to move it? The interior stairs, for safety purposes, in case of an emergency exit from the theater. I think the theaters have been there for 16 years. I don't think it's happened yet. Certainly don't think it's happened as a problem where somebody got into the council chambers and stole somebody's shoes or into the town offices. But so the cost of that will really weigh in on whether that's a good move or not. To put an interior set of stairs in there and to fix the exterior set of stairs could be a double whammy. I would like to see one more drawing for our next meeting of Club 55 space as a public space of some sort, as opposed to either offices or council. And that would mean redesigning the second and third floor, keeping the council chambers where it's at, and seeing how many workstations you could get in. I know the second floor has been reworked to hold a lot of workstations. The third floor would probably have to be reworked to hold more workstations, but it would be interesting to see the numbers that you could get in, including the required meeting room. So just another option so that we're considering everything at once. And I think those were my 4 main points. And then again, to have like some hard copies of stuff so that council really can wrap their head around it. And I think this is a really good teaser. And when I say teaser, I mean, I know a lot of work's gone into it, but it is kind of the first blush for council, and there is a lot there to digest. So, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, lots of information to take in there. I tend to agree with Councillor Withey. I did express before the meeting that maybe we would have some visual aids required to assist in decision making. So I definitely agree that we should be looking at more detailed drawings and having a further discussion about it. I do like a lot of the ideas that have been thrown around about arts and culture. I know a big factor is accessibility for a lot of the things. And that's a real key factor. I know Councillor Schumacher would be advocating for all those accessibility issues if she were present today. So I'll do that on her behalf, and it's paramount with me as well. So I look forward to looking at the drawings and further discussions for sure. So, and thank you, the working group, for all the hard work they've done so far.
Okay, I see a whole bunch of staff hands. I'm going to start with Tanya.
Thank you, Mayor Terziano. Okay, so I have some comments here. So I think Councillor Stone had a comment about growth. So Councillor Stone, Chris does have some information on how many office spaces will or workstations will this accommodate moving forward? Because right now, as you know, we're already at capacity. So we need to look at things like how can we reconfigure, how can we take out walls, how can we work on the remote work policy, all those kind of things that we looked at, and but we still need growth because today we're at capacity. We're struggling with meeting rooms. I mean, we don't just have the town hall, we also have Medill coming up here. They need meeting rooms because their people are here that they're meeting with, their citizens. And I can only speak to myself. I don't have a car every day, and I'm not going in January trumping up to the Canada Summit Center looking for a meeting room. So we're looking at space here to provide an example for that. The other thing is, I think maybe council ponder, they need to think about what is the town hall to them. Is the town hall an administration place for staff? Or is it going to be an extension of the theater? So only council can answer that. Only council can decide that. But I think with that knowledge for the working group, we will then be able to know what to do from there. Are we building out back? Are we moving to another building? Are we having a lot people move and work from home? Are we building a new Medill yard that has development services in it? Like all of these different places and thoughts can go into it. But unfortunately, we didn't have the direction from council to use Club 55 as an arts center. It was just, as Chris noted, sustainability, departmental needs, da-da-da. So I think once council decides if you want it to be an extension of the theater, and I get that, I totally get that, I understand that. But this is a 100-year-old building, we're almost, and we're only so big and we're growing. So what is the solution? Anyways, that's something to ponder. Mayor Terziano, you're absolutely right. I fully thought packages to everybody for February is an awesome idea. I totally agree with you on that. I leave it to your best judgment if you want to do something, a special meeting, but we can absolutely have that arranged. So as you saw the renditions of Club 55, we could fit in there. The problem with the council chambers is not just accessibility, it is size. 38 people can get into that council chambers, and you say, oh my goodness, way more than that. So I have asked specifically on space sizing in regards to fire, and they have told me, how many chairs do you have? We have 38, then your capacity is 38. So 38 people can fit into our current council chambers. And if you had somebody with a wheelchair, it's not just somebody with a wheelchair who's going through a secure staff area, by the way, in order to get to an elevator or a lift, but they also have to get around the council table. And you know, I know it's been a while since we've been in there, and it's easy to forget, but you know how much room is in there. It's very, very tiny. We're dealing with sound issues. We're dealing with a T-shaped room that is horrible for sound, horrible for projection. We've had people that fall down the stairs. The stairs are actually not a good thing. We want to get rid of them. So there's a lot for committee to consider, and we totally understand that. And we're not saying these options are it at all. We're just saying that I think the biggest thing is you have to consider what do you want your town hall to be, and then decide from there how you would like us to go.
Okay, great. Thanks for that, Tanya. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just wanted to recap with respect to the front stairs. I know there was a lot of discussion by council with respect to potentially a new entrance, which there were no changes made. So in the 2022 budget, we did include funding in order to repair the brickwork specifically in the front, because I'm sure all of you can recall it's in dire need of repair. So we literally have the RFP ready to go, which staff are just waiting for me to give them approval to proceed. So I just also want to note that I didn't want you to all of a sudden see an RFP for brickwork when it's sort of on the coattails of this discussion. So I need to know from committee if there is some desire for us not to proceed with that. It is very timely because we're really hoping to have those repairs done for when our main street is finished and open and looking beautiful. But I think I need to have some confirmation you're still good with us proceeding with that brickwork. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, I guess I would say this is why all of these things come together, and I know we have been pushing this report off month to month because we were trying to figure out some other things. But if we have to call a special council meeting mid-February to have another kick at this, and maybe we need one anyways because it is a subject that needs some discussion, we will do that. So if you will hold on letting out an RFP until we at least meet again, and if it's imperative that we have an earlier meeting, that's exactly what we'll do.
Perfect. Okay. Duly noted. We will hold off until further notice. Thank you.
Okay. Chris.
Yeah, Your Worship. The one question I just wanted clarity. So it sounds like we're looking for a fourth design, which I completely understand with the art gallery downstairs, or sorry, the community space downstairs, council chambers in the existing space. Just wanted clarity because you did mention the staircase, the exit staircase going from the third floor down, exiting out the side of the building. Did you want any of those elements incorporated into that design, or is it a bare bones, don't include that?
I guess the biggest question there is the staircase going from the second to the basement floor, because it's already on the other floor, right?
So the staircase currently goes from the second floor to the third floor.
Yeah.
And it enters or exits from the third floor and second floor into the inside of the staffing area.
Right.
In both proposals, we suggested that be realigned so that it can exit out on the exterior wall of the of town hall, and then have those corridors directly connected with the with that public space, right? So
then you're saying the existing stairwell from the second to third floor wouldn't have an interior access for staff?
Exactly. Yep. Because it would not be needed, because they'd be able to exit through the public space and through that staircase as well. So.
Okay. Well, I don't think we need to redesign that piece. We just need to redesign the other. Councillor Fitzgerald, do you still have your hand up, or is that now? Okay. All right. So I'm assuming that staff has a pretty good idea of what we want to get ready, and I guess, Heather, if we do call a special council meeting within a couple of weeks, can you have that one more floor done up, or?
Yes, I'll be able to have that completed.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, we'll see what we can do. We'll do a doodle or whatever to see when council's available, if we need to get together. And as I say, it might be easier than having to do it at the end of a 5-hour meeting. So, or 6 hours we're at now. Okay, under general information, we have the development charges from 425 Highview. And I think we need to ask Julia, Finance, about the development charges that are outstanding, the town portion and the district portion, and whether or not we have any ability to do anything about district portion.
Thank you. So there's about $76,000 that we have as deferral with this property for the town portion. We don't have any authority whatsoever on the district portion of theirs, and I don't have the amount. I'd have to get that from the district, so I wasn't aware that I need that for this meeting. But so right now and I apologize, I can't get into the document because I get kicked right out of Zoom if I go into our file transfer folder. But I believe it was October 2021 that the agreement did end, and we put that on the tax roll. So that is why that we've made note of that if council does want to extend this agreement, we'd also have to write off or you could also consider writing off the interest that has been put on those amounts, because there would have been interest accrued since October 2021.
Okay, and Julia, just before I go to questions of council, is there a real downside to extending the deferred date of these development charges? I mean, we've obviously set up a deferred date to start with. Is there a real downside to extending it another 4 or 5 months?
I guess the only downside is that you wouldn't collect the interest on it. The other downside is if other agreements that we have in place want to have extensions put on them as well. I guess the positive side on this one, this development will likely qualify for affordable housing. So in the end, we would likely bring back a report to give those development charges back. So I don't think there's the huge risk to the municipality on this one.
Okay, are there questions? Deputy Mayor Alcott?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Julia, for the information. Not a question, a comment. I'd be absolutely supportive to move the motion required here. I think, it does qualify for affordable housing. And Teresa way back received approval for grant funding from the district towards units within Highview. So it's very much part of it, an affordable housing project. So I think to not grant the request would be a bit inconsistent with what we talk about publicly. So I'm very supportive of it.
Anyone else? Councillor Stone?
So just to be clear, we're going to defer her paying the development charges until June, I think. And are we also considering relieving her of the interest that is accrued and will accrue over that time? Is that right?
That's what we're talking about right now, yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Fitzgerald?
Thank you, Worship. Why don't we word it with CMHC financing or funding when our funding comes through? Otherwise, we're going to, I think, probably keep revisiting this because we know what's going to happen further with supply chain and materials and trades. Unless we're thinking of a very long extension, or but I agree with Deputy Mayor Alcock's comments that we should be showing some good faith here. She is one of the few developers who is willing to work with us on affordable homes, and I think you'll find that she's probably the last one.
I think
all the evidence leads me to believe that we've made it kind of difficult for people to do these kind of projects in our community, and that we're not going to see a lot of them moving forward in the future. So anything we can do to try and convince people that we're willing to work with them in this instance, I think is going to be beneficial to future projects.
I think we could structure a resolution to extend the deferral of development charges to June 30th, or when she gets her occupancy and funding, whatever comes first. We could structure something like that. Councillor Withey?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I was wondering, she did offer to make some payments. I was wondering, is there some sort of payment plan we can put her on I mean, she said she could pay us some. Maybe we can structure something that gives her an option to pay over time. Maybe there's a date, as you mentioned, maybe it's June 30th, but as Councillor Fitzgerald mentioned, which I agree with, I don't know that this is the end of the delays or the postponements. It is an important project, but you know, the problem I think is we might be getting requests from other people now that we start handing out these kind of deals. I'm not sure about that. I'm not a fan of precedent, but anyway, I was just thinking maybe some sort of payment plan or something.
Well, the thing is we do have development charge deferral programs in place for anybody that's developing. They can apply for them. So I'm not sure that extending this date is going to be something that opens up a big can of worms. But Julia, you go ahead, because you know.
Can I just jump in? Is there a structure to that though? Or is it just whatever the situation is? Sorry.
Yeah, no, let Julia explain that better.
So there's actually two different deferrals. There's one under the development charges, or it's the Planning Act, I guess. So that's a new one that came into effect, but this one's not under that. It's under our actual policy for deferral charges. So we do have a structure for that. We don't have a huge uptake on that, but it is a structure that it is 2 years. I was actually just going to suggest that perhaps if council does want to pass this resolution, that, and I certainly don't want to encourage writing more reports, but that I bring back a report just with maybe some suggestions working with her, because as I said, it's likely that in the end, council will want to give a rebate for all of the development charges that would be paid on this property. Usually it has to be paid in advance. And then we would rebate it up to the budgeted amount. So if you want, I could bring back a report with some suggestions on that.
I think that'd be great, and I think that's you know, it makes sense that we wouldn't be continuing to charge interest, and we wouldn't even need the payment plan, because if it's potentially going to be rebatable at some point, let's just figure out. And yeah, again, don't want to make you do another report, but if you don't mind doing something that makes it understandable, I think that'd be great. Crystal?
Thank you. Based on Director McKenzie's comments there, as well as some of the other comments, there is a motion drafted. Would you like me to pull it up? And because it hasn't been posted, we can craft it on the screen if there are any changes.
Okay, it may just be to do a report, so go ahead and bring it up. Thanks. Okay, recommended that notwithstanding policy and budget financial 12, staff be authorized to enter into an amending agreement. I have a feeling we want to maybe get rid of that and just have staff bring back the report. Julie, is that what you're suggesting would be the easiest?
I think this is a good motion, because then it gives direction for me to extend that agreement first, but then also it's because they're two separate kind of issues. There's the agreement for deferral, then there's the rebate. So I think this is a great motion.
Okay, perfect. And it's moved by Deputy Mayor Alcott. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Stone. It's recommended that notwithstanding policy, budget and financial 12, staff be authorized to enter into an amending agreement with 2254048 Ontario Inc. related to the property at 425 Highview Chafee, concession to lot 19, RP 35R 25284, parts 1 and 2 in Huntsville in the District of Muskoka, District Municipality of Muskoka, to extend the agreement for up to 12 months, and further that staff be directed to write off any existing interest owing with regards to the agreement up to the date of the approved extension, and further that staff be directed to bring back a report on the affordable housing rebate related to the property. Council, questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? And that carries. Thanks for that. Council, it brings us to the end of our marathon. Just before we go, though, I want to mention that this is Director Hernan's last general committee meeting. We think he'll be with us for council in February, but he definitely won't be with us for another general committee. Steve, are you still there? There you are. That's why you were so long-winded today when you got the floor, because it was your last meeting.
Never dawned on me till you said something through the meeting, Mayor Terziano, about we're not meeting again in February. And I went and looked at the agenda and thought, oh, you're right.
Anyways,
So all
Steve.
those reports I promised to bring forward in February, good luck.
Well, listen, we'll do a proper farewell at our council meeting, but thanks for everything you've done.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with everyone and my peers. So thank you.
Okay, council, finally, I have a resolution at 3:14. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Armours, recommended we do now adjourn at 3:14 p.m. Is there anyone not in favor? All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. It was a long day. We covered a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you, staff, clerks, everybody that made it happen, the internet for as long